Hey, Lakeisha. Hey, can you hear me? I got my headphones, new headphones, and I got them hooked up, so just making sure. Hey, Liz. How are you doing, guys? Missed you guys so much. Okay, good, Lakeisha. Yeah, it's super easy, isn't it? It seems daunting to get that, but it really isn't. It's just a matter of just answering 3 questions, and they're super easy. Hey, Anna. Hey, guys. All right, I gotta make heads or tails of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know. It's probably higher math than what I need for today. I've missed doing these lives. It's been crazy over here, and it's still crazy trying to do these markets. They're awesome, but it takes a chunk of time. It just does. And there's times when you know how it is when you do these lives. You want to work while you're doing the live, but sometimes you can't get as much done because you chat too much. So I've had to kind of back off from them for a little while until I can get to a point where it's like, all right, now I know what I can do while we're chatting. Like you probably okay, so you can't see. I'm gonna pull you down just a touch more so you can see a little better what I'm doing. I do a little high. So I'm just sitting here doing all this stuff, put my patterns together, and I'm going to start cutting out. So we're just going to chat while I'm doing this. I know we're all so busy, Anna. Life kind of started going back to normal a little bit. And I think that some of it is that everybody's life kind of happened again. So, I may have to keep adjusting you a little bit till I get you guys figured out. Okay. Yeah, do it tomorrow, Lakeisha, or even later on this evening. Yeah, I just kind of got caught up. I was doing some housework, and I thought, I'm just going to do this. And I got my coffee in me, and I'm good to go now. So earlier I was kind of like, yeah, nap would be good. And I'm like, no, you've taken too many naps lately. You quit taking naps. You're not getting anything done. So what's everybody working on? Anything? You just hanging out with me? I'm just trying to get organized still. Cooking dinner. What are you making, Anna? I guess it is 5 o'clock for you. I like that dog bandana you made, Anna. That was super cute. And that is one of my kitties, my outdoor kitty's name. I loved it. And her name is that because when I picked her up as a baby, she spun out of my hands, just like the Tasmanian devil did on the cartoons. And so I had to name her Tazzy. It just happened, it was perfect. Hey, Diane. Okay, yeah, no, I get that. Ooh, that sounds yummy, Anna. I'm always down for some meat and veggies. Always, always, always. My problem is I'm just so tired of cooking for myself. Yeah, I get you, Lakeisha, because you start talking and then you don't get as much done, or you want to show people, and then you start talking and you still don't get it done to show them. So I get you. I feel you on that one. Hey, Wendy. Oh, so cool, Wendy. That's really nice. Yeah, the kids are going back to school, so it's time for that kind of stuff again. the last year and a half kind of went, now that I think about it, it's gone fast. I know it didn't for some people because they were probably really bored, but I was swamped with my day job. And now I look back and I'm like, where did that time go? We're already going back to normal here. And I'm just like, no, I'm not ready for normal yet. I was enjoying the slower pace. So I went into San Antonio Friday. Had to go to the office for a little while. One of my coworkers had his 20th anniversary celebration. And so I went in for lunch and we did all that. And traffic is nuts. I mean, it's worse than it was before, like a lot worse. And I know people are moving in down here. I know that. But it's still a lot worse. It's like I went in at the time that it should have been smooth sailing to get in, and it wasn't. I was like, what? Where did all this come from? So I'm kind of glad I'm still at home because I don't want to deal with that anymore. Oh, do they really, Wendy? Okay. I guess I never thought about that. That different countries have different times for them going back. I just kind of guessed, September was maybe the time, but I guess not. You guys are on a whole different system than we are. So your vacations are way different. Your summers and school years are way different. Didn't even think about that. And then I had a whole bunch of these harem pant patterns cut out. I can't find them. I really need to get better organized. And then when I think I'm better organized, I think I'm just my own speed bump and it's always going to be this way. So no big deal. I just use, if any of you don't even think about it or hadn't thought of this, when I print my patterns out, I just take old paper that I've got that's got another side that's clear, that's empty, run it back through my computer, and then that way it's used again. So I've got a whole bunch of that I've piled up and I'm going through it now. So, and then sometimes at work, I'll go into the office and bring home some reports and stuff. And then once I'm done using those and they're ready to be thrown away, I just reuse the paper. Hopefully that doesn't mean I'm going to see something on a report like 2 years later that I missed and it's too late to fix. Happy Sunday, Marissa. Hey, Leslie. Wow, long time no talk to a whole bunch of you guys. Hey, hey. Just thought I'd come on here and hang out for the afternoon or however long everybody wants to hang out. I've got a lot of work to get done. Yesterday was kind of a loss. I had big intentions, but I was running on 3 days of very, very, very small amounts of sleep each night. So I just gave it up yesterday. I was so foggy and had like zero ambition. I needed to do some housework. That didn't happen. I did what I needed to do and came home and called it a day. It was so bad. So bad. Hey, Evelyn. But let me tell you guys, if you haven't done any of these flea markets and you guys have good flea markets in your area, let me tell you, they're so much fun and they are so rewarding. So, so rewarding. And I've forgotten how rewarding it is. So when people come by, and whether they buy or not is not the point. But when they come by and they walk into your booth and go, oh, this stuff is really cute. Did you make all of this? And I go, yeah. And they're like, oh, wow, you're really good. Because they don't even think about sewing, and we're so used to being around each other that to make this stuff, it's not as far of a reach because we can envision ourselves doing that. But these people can't even envision themselves doing that. There's just like, this, this is so, oh, these are so cute. Oh my God. And then they walk over and they start picking them up and looking at, look at the fabrics. Oh, your fabrics are so cute. And I'm like, oh, thank you, Joanne. Joanne. And we're all going, well, yeah, that's Joanne. But they've never seen them before. The sloths and the bears and all the ones that we see at Joanne's, they've never seen them before. And they're just falling all over it. And it's just so rewarding. And then I've got Bear over there laying all over I've got like papers all over. He's over there making sure he rolls all over the papers. It's like, thanks for your help, Bear. So anyway, if you haven't done a market and you've got one that's not expensive to get into, and it's not going to cost you a lot of money to get like all your stuff, because you'll probably need a canopy. Most of them ask for you to have a canopy, and then you'll need weights. And most of the time the canopies come with the bags. And then all I did was I went and bought sand at, like one of the lumber yards, and you get a big thing of sand for next to nothing. And just fill those up and take it with you. And then some tables and whatever else, some tablecloths, but, fabric. That's another reason we have fabric. So we got tablecloths everywhere. And then, that's the bare minimum. And if you need a sign, what I did was I just printed one out for the moment. I'm going to sublimate my sign. I've got it all printed out. I just haven't taken the time because right now the sign I printed out on my 8.5 by 11 and pieced it together. So it ended up being, about this big. And that's good enough for now. It gets me through. It'll probably get me through November or December. And then I can take my pieces of paper and do my big banner. When January, the farmers markets probably won't be, they'll be good, but people won't be shopping for Christmas. They won't be shopping for things. They might even be like, oh, I'm broke, so I will put time into making product for it, but I'm not going to probably take away from doing my banner to do product, where right now I need to take away from my banner because I need to do product to sell. The banner's not the important part right now. So I will do that later. But get your sign and then make your items and make sure you get your hang tags. I just bought some at Hobby Lobby and they're white and they're already pre-made. And if you get them at the right time, they're on sale. And then I bought the white bags as well, just the shopping bags, and got those when they were on sale and bought a whole bunch. And so I'm good to go for, another month or two on bags. And that'll get me through about 3, 4, no, actually it'll probably be 5 markets because I did 2 in 1 month. And then I just did another and then have another. Yeah, those will probably last me at least another 2 markets. So it'll get me through 5 markets, maybe 6. Sometimes the people at the markets don't even take a bag because they've got another bag with them. Some people will carry, the reusable bags and others don't. So I just like to have bags in case. So those may even get me through Christmas. But yeah, it doesn't take a ton of product. You feel like it might, but it really doesn't. And so if you just really rock and roll it for a good couple of weeks, you're probably going to have enough product and just concentrate on the certain areas. But my test that I did, and I told you guys I was going to do a test on my pricing. It's good. I get so many comments on people look at my pricing. They're like, your pricing is really good. And they mean for us, not just in general even, but for a market. Sometimes market's pricing can be a little higher. And my whole thing is I want to make sure I'm making money. I'm not out to make a ton. Not right now, not ever. But, I may up my prices $1 or $2 more eventually. And then that way I feel like I'm making the correct profit. Right now I'm probably undercutting myself just a touch, but I'm okay with that because I'm going for quantity, not a certain dollar amount. Sorry, I just saw a light. And I'm on a cul-de-sac and there's only like 2 or 3 houses down here. So whenever we see something, everybody always checks just to make sure. It's kind of that neighborhood watch thing. So anyway, so my pricing is working good and I'm really excited and I'm going to keep it there. I told you guys I was going for majority of things being around $15 or below, or up to 20 and below, kind of in that range. And then, I'd have some things that were a little bit higher. You just do. That's just the way it should be done. It's working, guys. It's a good price point. And if you really crunch your numbers well, even if you only make, a smaller profit than what you think you should make, but if you make it up in the amount that you sell and it's something easy to sew that you get used to sewing and you can start, doing them faster and faster and faster, you can make it up in quantity. And then your customer will totally keep coming back. I got a lot of people saying, "Are you always here?" And I said, "Yes, I am. I'm thinking that that space is going to be kind of my monthly storefront because I can pay just a little extra now. I got a really good space this last month, and I can pay $10 more and get the same space. And so I want to try and stay in that same space so that people know where to find me. And I think start doing that, keep my prices where they're at, and people are taking cards. I've noticed a lot of people have been liking my Facebook page and my Etsy page in the last couple of weeks. And I had a lot of people taking my cards this last month. So it's working, guys. And that's another way to get your Etsy page found. You know how Angela, because I'm thinking there's Angelina and there's Angela. So Angela started this way. I know Amber started this way and doing all of these markets. And then people get to know you locally and they start, seeing your name. And that's all it takes, guys, is momentum. All right. So I've touched on that stuff enough in the last couple. What else? I'm going to do another sew along. I think I'm going to shoot for next weekend. A friend of mine here locally is a teacher, and she's got fourth graders. And she's got one of her students that wanted to learn how to sew. And she's been working with her a little bit, and she wants to take her into the garment sewing herself. So I told her, I said, one easy thing for her to do, I think the girl's 9, she said. An easy thing for her to learn is a skirt with the elastic band. And super easy. If you do it right, you just have a fold on one side, a seam on the other side. You have your hem, and then you fold over for your elastic casing and put your elastic in, and you're done. Well, for a 9-year-old, that's quite a bit. It's going to be just the right amount. It's going to teach her to keep her patience and keep her focus. But then it's not going to be so much that she's going to give up. Or if she has to do it like in 2 or 3 settings, she's not going to lose interest because she's going to see progress on each time she sits down. Even if she ends up having to rip out a seam or something, she can rip it out and put it back in and still feel like there's progress. So I think I'm going to do a sew along showing how to do that. And then that way my friend can use that also as a video backup to teach the girl. So that's going to probably be next week's sew along is the elastic waist skirt. And then we can do it in both knit and cotton. And she's going to do it with the girl in cotton just because knit's just a little too much for a brand new girl sewing. The cotton, at least she can work with. So yeah, I want to go find a simple pattern that has all the measurements already done, the elastic already calculated and everything. And I will link that and schedule the sew along for everybody. And if nothing else, you guys can all come chat like we always do. So, but we'll be doing that next weekend. Saturday, Sunday, I'm not sure, depending upon how my weekend rolls. Right now it's quiet. May not stay that way. That can change. So, but I want to start doing the sew-alongs again. Isn't it, Leslie? I know. It is so awesome. And this girl, she's teaching her kids. She's okay, so I'm not sure quite how to explain this. Okay, so the homeschoolers here also have a school that if they choose, they can send their kids to for 3 days a week that teaches them some of like the like science and math and maybe some of the stuff that the parents don't feel like they know well enough. So there's like 4 or 5 subjects, I think. And so she's a teacher at that school. And so her classes are very small. So they're teaching homeschool kids in a classroom environment, but yet it's still a homeschool kind of thing. So she's also teaching the fourth graders how to knit. And so they're learning some really cool stuff. So she may, you never know, she may teach them how to sew too. But I think she's just doing this one. This might just be a test too for her. She might be having it in her brain, didn't say anything, thinking maybe I will teach them how to sew if this goes well. So we'll see. I may help her if she has some ideas of patterns she wants to do with this girl, and do some more of the sew alongs doing that. But I also want to try and pick up, maybe do some holiday stuff. We can do some of those things. There's a lot of holiday stuff we can do. So I really haven't wrapped my head around exactly what yet. But we will get that figured out here. I've got, what, 3 weeks now to figure out the next one after the skirt. So. But I've figured out these, some of this, what do I want to call it? Repetitive sewing. That's not the exact word. The, I'm having brain lapse here. Anyway, when you do it over and over and over and over, quicker ways to do it. And sewing, batch sewing is probably the best thing to call it. So batch sewing. The quickest way to batch sew is you sit down and cut out all your size. And like you're seeing, I'm doing baskets per size. And so as I cut, then that goes into that basket. And then if I have to, I can put, a tag in there telling me what size that is. Then another thing that I've started to do, and once you get comfortable, you'll find that this might actually work for you guys, is I'm starting to put the tags on them, size tags, before I even sew. Because 2 reasons. Number one, I'll never forget what size this is. And then I always have like all my pieces together, and then the next one I'll lay all my pieces together so that if there's like 3 pieces to a set, all 3 are in a set, and then it starts the next set with all 3, and then like that. So I'll always know what size it is. And then number 2, at the end, when I'm always rushing, and this is me, this may not be you, when I'm always rushing, I'm putting tags on at 3 in the morning before my market, and I'm tired of doing that. So if I have to, if nothing else, pin just say sale pricing on them after I'm set up, and I'm just sitting there waiting, because I always get to market early, and I'm sitting for about an hour, hour and a half, just not really doing anything. So I can always pin on my price tags and not have to worry about I stayed up too late and I'm tired and I'm going to sit here and try and catch a nap for an hour and a half. But yeah. So anyway, it is going a lot faster like that, because then I can chain sew everything together. So depending upon what you're making, like the bummies, I do all the bands at one time, do all the side seams at one time, and then I can just chain sew and keep right on going, and then come back, cut them all apart, and then put them together, and then have one whole size run done. Really amazingly working for me. So, hey, Joanne, good to see you. Anna, I love that your daughter learned how to sew in grade 3. That's amazing. Even if she doesn't stay with it right now, she will probably come back to it, and maybe she will stay with it. I'm just saying, sometimes as kids, I know I learned how to sew when I was probably about that age, and I sewed off and on. I didn't really have anything pushing me. It was just if I felt like sitting down with a sewing machine, I could. And I would start things and never finish them because my brain span, whole attention span thing was not there. So I kind of gave it up. for a while. And then I came back later on in life and picked it back up. And I think I was probably early 20s when I picked it back up again. And I'd sewed off and on throughout that time, but just not in a solid amount of time. And then I picked it up and started doing it more. So you never know. Hey, Yvette. Hey, hey. So glad you guys are coming on, hanging out with me while I'm working here. Okay, let me see. Sizing. The other thing I keep forgetting to do is writing the size on this pattern that I'm cutting it to. And I have to always go look at my little size guide, and I'm like, I am done. I'm just going to start remembering to write this on this. And then we'll be good to go. Yeah, and Leslie, maybe later on it'll be her cup of tea. You never know. Hey, quilt bindings. That's great. You can sit here and chat while you're making those, because those, they're kind of not really tedious, but it's one of those things where, you know, you can be talking or doing something else while you're doing it. For sure. I'm glad you guys can hear me on these headphones. I picked them up last week, and I was having a hard time getting them to pair with my computer, and I finally got them to pair. It's just kind of a silly reason why, and I just skipped that step. Finally figured out I skipped that step. And when I went back and did the step I was supposed to do, well, it worked just fine. So I thought, oh, this will be so much easier during my lives. And then I know for certain you guys will hear me, because it seems like the ones that can hear on the ones that I watch, they have their wireless headphones in, and I love how clear they are. So I was like, no, let's give that a shot. Oh, you sell the bindings in your Etsy shop. Even better. Oh my goodness, I'm sure you do well. That is one thing that, you know, I don't hate doing bindings, but now that I know you're selling them, I might remember that. It's when I get to the end of a quilt, get to that point, again, it's not like it takes me that forever to do them, but I'd rather just have it there and I can just slap it on and go. So I will remember that. Hey, Sarah, I know Sarah's been prompting me every Sunday. She's like, are you doing a live today? And I'm like, last week was the Sunday after my market, and I was wiped. I'm getting used to the rhythm now. So I wasn't quite as wiped as I was 2 weeks before, and I wasn't quite as wiped as I was after the first one. So it's getting better. And so, yeah, poor girl. And then one week I was like, oh, I felt horrible. My allergies were just, I felt so icky. I'm like, no, this would not be a good time to be going live. So yeah, I haven't been on for a couple of weeks. I apologize, guys. Hey, Patty. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Spotted Bear. I wasn't sure if that was going to be the same. Okay, I got to make a note of that. Here. Quilt bindings, everybody. If you need a quilt binding, go over to Spotted Bear Quilts on Etsy. She's doing them right now. That's what she sells in her store. It'll make your life so much easier. Oh, and I got to show you guys. I got fabric from Mia from fabricbomb.com. It came in the other day. I want to show you this. Let me finish writing this down here. So, all right. Come back and run out on that. Okay. Let me show you. Everybody likes a good haul, right? So I got the same print in 3 different fabrics. And I want to do sets, and my brain hasn't totally landed on the exact items in the set yet. So you're not going to see them for a little bit. But how cute is this? And this is the knit. Is that not precious? And then I got Minky. The Minky is to die for, guys. It is so awesome. I'm leaving this in the bag, but I think I'm going to end up putting it in a bigger bag. Anyway, into my scissors. I know there's someone that just got them. Look at the Minky. It is so soft. Look at that. Isn't that precious? And then I got a quilting cotton as well. And look at how nice she sends these. So they're in plastic. So when you undo them, they're these big plastic sleeves. So she's got them folded super well and then protected in that. And it took me a little bit to get into, this was the bag. She had it like, oh, this was just the Minky bag. This was like triple wrapped so that nothing could get into it. And then she sent it in a box. I mean, her packaging was amazing, guys. So look at how good the cotton came out too. All the colors across match perfectly. I mean, you couldn't have asked for the 3 different substrates. Look at that. Look at how good they match. So amazing, amazing. Okay, this is from fabricbomb.com, and it's in my description down below. I'm an affiliate, and so the link will take you right through to her shop. She has some Christmas ones that are out right now. The gnomes. Oh my gosh, you guys have to go look at the gnomes. They are so cute. And then she's got some reindeer that are really, really cute too. You guys got to run over there and check. They're brand new into the shop. She's going to sell out quick. So make sure you get over there and check that out. Hey, Victoria, if you're needing some extra things to pump your shop, she's got, you pick the print that you like, and then you choose the fabric that you want it on. So she's got quilting cotton, she's got Minky, she's got, this is the jersey knit. She's got bullet, which is another type of knit with the kind of the texture to the top. And there was one more. Oh, fleece. She's got fleece. So go check her out. Her prices are really good. She's got a sale going on, I think this weekend still. She had her 30th birthday, and she was doing a 20% off sale. So go check it out real quick if you guys are even halfway interested, and catch the sale while you can. Prices are super, super good. Hey, Barb. So yeah, anyway, you guys are going to see sets coming. Like I said, I've got a couple of things floating around in my brain, and they're just not 100% coming together yet. I know what I think this is going to be, and I think I know what this is going to be, and I think I know what this is going to be. So I got to really put it together, but I think we're there. And then this one might become a 4th item as well. I know, guys. Hang on. So when I do it, I'll show you guys, but not until then, because if I change it up, you're going to be like, hey, I thought you were. And I'll be like, yeah, that was so yesterday. All right, let me figure out these. I know, sorry, loud. Okay, I'm done crankling. So I almost forgot I was going to show you guys that. And then I picked this up from Joann's. The other you've seen is the avocado. They're loving this avocado print at the market. So I picked up more because I'm almost sold out of everything. So anyway, you've seen that. But this is the Christmas print that I picked up to do bummies and pants out of. Some people were starting to ask for Christmas already in August, and I was like, yeah, not yet. Not yet. I know, Sarah, they kind of are. But you know, if you get good ones, Sarah, you'll only buy them once. You're really not going to buy them again. So just realize in scissors, you get what you pay for. Unfortunately, that is so true. So if you buy cheap scissors, you're going to hate them. Or if you spend just a little bit more, you're going to love them. So thanks, Barb. I know. I thought it was kind of cute. I bought it online. So, you know, when you buy the fabric online, you always hope that when you look at it at home, it's as cute. I figured it was going to be, though. So it's going to, I think it'll be really sweet. And they had a pretty good sale at the time. So I was like, yeah, if I have to mark them way down, I'll do that. I'm not too worried about it. Oh, and I need to clean down here so bad, as you can tell. Poof! But that's what market does. As I've always told people, you know, if my studio is clean, I'm not making money. If my studio is kind of a mess, I'm making money. And I know some people can't work in a mess, but I'm the kind of person where I feel like if I'm super busy and all I do is clean up after myself and I know me, I don't get it done. So I've just got to kind of let it be a mess. And then I will go and clean up when I have like 10 minutes or I need a break. So there's times when it looks like poof, but it's good. So it was really cute at, again, back at the market. One of the girls that was a vendor, they sell, they have like mini donuts and stuff. Oh, this yum. I'm going to gain a bajillion pounds at these markets just because the food vendors that are around me are, well, they're all good, don't get me wrong. But some of them have some really unusual stuff. And then others are like, you know, your usual where you get the popcorn or you get the kettle corn or something. But theirs is always a notch above. So I had, you know, caramel kettle corn. It was, yeah, really good. But these guys sell mini donuts, and then they had like, I think she was making like pina coladas and, yeah, obviously alcohol free, but pina coladas and some other drinks. I don't know. I didn't get over there to actually look, but I was watching them make the donuts and they were flying out the door. They had something else too that looked really good. I can't remember what it was, if it was a funnel cake or something. Anyway, before we got started with that market, they came over and they had a baby, I think in the family that had just been born. So they came over and bought a couple of things. And one of the girls was like, do you teach lessons? And so I was like, no, but you know, I do have a YouTube channel where I do a lot of these sew-alongs. And so, you know, I showed her the name and everything. She's like, cool. She was so excited. So I may have a new student on here someday. You never know. She might catch up with us one of these days. So she was going to go check it out and learn how to sew bummies and stuff. So Shayna, girl, how are you? Oh my goodness, your daughter was so cute. Oh my goodness. Oh, yeah. And see, Leslie, I was afraid she's going to sell out quick. So you need to get on her, notifications, get on her Instagram, get on all that so that you know when things come out. But she's planning on updating, I think, weekly, every other weekly, something. She was just getting going on that first run that we bought and did full pre-orders. And then she's going to do pre-orders on some things, but I think she's also, as the pre-orders come in, that she's taking that money and ordering other fabrics that we're not seeing until they hit the website. So keep checking and then turn on all notifications if she has notifications, because I think she's going to sell out pretty quickly until she gets caught up, the way Angela did with her blanks, and it took a while to get things rolling, and now she has things that you can go get. So yeah, but aren't those patterns so cute, Leslie? Oh my gosh, she's got some cute things. Hey, Juana. Hey, Crafty. Puerto Rican. I do know you. Your name. Tell me your name. I'm so bad at names. I'm sorry, guys. Help me out. That's Juana. Yes, you're Juana. Hello. I was thinking you were saying hi to Juana. Hello. I'm so tired. Just forget I even said that, Juana. I was reading that wrong. I put it together when it was like, yeah, never mind. Just ignore me for a minute, and I'm just gonna go hide in a hole for a while. Yeah, I know. I've always seen you as Juana and not as your YouTube channel name, and that's what threw me. So all of us, when we have our names, like, it takes a while to get them all put together. I'm sorry. I knew who you were. I'm a dork. And like I said, I have my blonde moments at times. They creep up on me and I don't expect them, and then they happen. But yeah, Mia had her birthday, so take advantage of the sale if you guys can. But she turned 30. And if you guys get a chance, go over to her Instagram, Dressed by Mia. She did her bridesmaid dress, her two sons' bests for the wedding, and her daughter's flower girl dress. And she'd never sewn like that before. She did an amazing job, guys. You got to go look at it. It is so good. So yeah, she stepped out of her comfort zone and just did it. And the serger that everybody chipped in and got her earlier this year, I think really helped her accomplish that. And there's no stopping her now. I think I'm going to try and hang on to these patterns better now. I don't have time to keep recreating these things. It's okay because I need to get some bigger sizes that I don't have. So not a problem. Some of the smaller sizes I've already got the pattern for. So somebody was asking me earlier, and I wasn't ignoring you, but what is my best seller at the market, Joanne? Depends upon the market, but it's between my pants, my knit pants, and my bummies. Those are my absolute one or the other, and sometimes they buy both. They'll buy, one or two of that and then one of that. So the thing that they seem to really be enjoying is I have a lot of the items that are you buy one at this price or two for that price, and they are loving that. just loving it. So just a note, if you go do a market, try and do that because yeah, it was a test I was doing. And now I'm starting to incorporate it across as many of the things as I can. If I've got my price just a touch too tight, I really think about it. But most of the time, if you can sell two for, say, like your, I'm just going to say, like you have t-shirts where you're selling them for $12 a piece, or so if you did two of them at 24, so two for 22, so it makes them $11 a piece. They're going to do it. But if you can make it even like $12 a piece or two for 20, if you can really cut it down, you're going to probably sell two most of the time. And so that makes up for if you tightened up your profit and it kind of gets a little squeaky, but it's still there. But all of a sudden you're selling two at a time. You're selling more than you would have if you hadn't done that. So really think about it. And I'm amazed. The people are, I've had the ones that aren't marked as two for, and people are like, are these a two for? And for right now, I can't do it because I'm still kind of, I got to get into the bigger sizes for the pants. And they take quite a bit of fabric. And I've got that price right there. And I'm not making hardly anything on them. So when I go to the bigger sizes, the price is going to have to go up just a little bit just to account for that extra fabric because I don't have that built into the price for the smaller sizes. So I may, when I go into the bigger sizes, I may reevaluate the price just enough that I can do a two for because I've had a lot of people asking. So yeah. Yeah, Leslie. Yep. Her site is so good. So what are you working on, Shayna? Oh, that's cute. Well, I will have something to watch later then when you post it or whenever you post it. Sure, Shayna, if you want me to. I would love that. So my laptop that I do all this on right now, I noticed the other day my battery's starting to bulge. So I got to take that in this week and hope that they can get it fixed real fast. I think they can because it's just a matter of flipping out the battery. But man, it's like, whoo, down below. So, you know, like my keypad is here and then the bottom is like, whoo. And I'm like, oh, please get through today because I've got to do this. And I'm not ready. I need to back up more. I started backing it up when I noticed it. I mean, I usually have it backed up, but I had a whole bunch of new stuff on there, like new embroidery files and some new images and stuff that I had downloaded the last couple months. I'm like, oh, I got to go get that just in case for some reason when they change out the battery, I lose everything. So I think I got most of it backed up. I just got to go double check I've gotten everything. Yes, Victoria, yes, the double brush. That's what this one is. Yeah, that's what this is the double brushed poly. And let me show you. It'll be perfect for the bunnies. So it's super soft. And I'm going to undo this a little bit. I got you guys just far enough away. It's super soft and it's really stretchy. So it stretches both directions and it stretches on the angle. So it's perfect. The bullet would be too, though. So I have those samples upstairs. I have to bring those down. But the bullet would be good for the bunnies as well. So either one. Yeah, what turned out to be my bestseller at the market was the bummies or the knit pants that I make. So both of those were really good sellers. I want to add, I hadn't gotten around to having time to do some t-shirts. So I want to add those and get them taken care of so I can have sets. So that's my biggest thing now is not only do I have the buy one, get the second one for a little bit less or buy two for, you know, this price, one for this price, two for that price. I want to have also like you want a shirt and a bummy. Okay, so if I can get those so that they're priced exactly the same, then they can buy a bummy and a shirt, or they can buy two bummies and two shirts. So see where I'm going with this? I really want to make sure the items that I'm selling are quick sew, quick turnaround, so that I can do the sets and keep the prices at a really good deal. So that seems to really be working, at least in my area. It was a thought that I just had because I was like, you know, if they love the prints and they love the knit basics, which most people do, and I go the extra mile to make sure that the prints are extra cute, that maybe certain knits are extra soft, you know, that kind of thing, that I'm going to have people keep coming back. And then I want to make sure my size run will incorporate as their kid grows. So when I first started, hey buddy, when I first started with all of these, I had to stop at 24 months. And now I've got people asking for, are you going to do bigger sizes? And I'm like, yeah, I just hadn't had the chance to get those going. It had to make sense where I stopped. And so stopping at 24 months made sense so I can bulk everything up. And then I can go from now I need to restock some of the sizes that sold out really well and get those restocked. And then I can go up. I'm probably going to go up to, I don't know, 5, 6, somewhere under there. I haven't 100% decided, but I think it's going to be through the 5, 6 range. And I think that'll take care of the kids that I saw walking around. Most of them look like they were in that 3 to 6 size range, that they would kind of stop and the parents would stop and look and they keep running going. I'm like, okay, that's the sizes they're looking for. And some of them had, you know, like little bitties, and then, you know, the toddler, and then the almost school age. What, are you making your cameo? Come here. Let's show everybody. You haven't said hi to everybody in a while. Say hi. Go Bear Brush, say hi. See, I'm just cruising through. Yeah, you gonna go back and make biscuits back there? You go make biscuits? He loves when I'm down here. He usually sits back there and just biscuits. The minute I get down here, he runs over there and he's making biscuits. And that just, he's so happy at that moment. Okay, so. And I really need to take and do these patterns on something that's more reusable, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So I need to get like a template type of material and transfer these onto there so that I don't have to keep doing this every time and I make good use of my my time because I'm cutting these out even though I have not had these sizes cut out before. So the first time still needs to be done regardless. But the repeat of me not finding some of the others, and actually I started looking through and I think I'm only missing one size and then one piece from another size. So thankfully I don't have to do much, but it's still time that I could be spending cutting out instead of doing prep work. Happy birthday, Faye. Everybody, it's Faye's birthday today, and she's on here. Thank you for coming on and sharing your day with us, honey. And of course, anybody, if you've got a birthday and I know about it and I'm on live, you know I'm gonna wish you a happy birthday. So hope that doesn't embarrass anybody. Well, now that we are slowly starting to go back to normal, maybe next year when things get a little bit more figured out and everything really calms down, we need to figure out some get-togethers that we've talked about. This is Brindle and Twill, Brindle and Tweed, Brindle and Tweed pattern. Let me look and see. It's a harem pant. Let me look here. Brindle and Twig. It's the harem shorts, harem pants, same thing. That's the one I'm cutting out. Oh, yes. Anna, you moved, didn't you? I'm starting to remember some of these conversations. I really checked out of the planet when I booked that market because I knew I had so much I had to do to get ready. And I just put my nose down to the grindstone and away we went. And now that you guys are starting to say some stuff, I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. Oh, she did make it, Faye. That's awesome. I forgot to ask you about that. Yeah, you moved too, didn't you, Faye? You both you girls moved. That's funny across the street. That's cool, but it's kind of funny. You're like, why does it have to be so much work just to go from here and across the street? It's kind of like when I moved in to this house. I was renting a cabin. Cutest little thing. I wish you guys could have seen that. And I was sad that I was moving out, but long story short, they were selling the whole property. And I didn't know if they were going to keep it as rentals, if they were going to turn it into seasonal rentals, which happens a lot up here. And then I figured, well, if they keep it as rental even, they're going to jack the prices up so bad. I might as well just go buy another house because I just sold my one back where I grew up. And so I sold that one and I wanted to rent for like about a year or two because I was just kind of so over the home ownership, fix everything yourself kind of thing. But I didn't get that chance. So I got to do the rental thing for like 6 months. And so anyway, I found this and moved really quickly because I wanted to be out of there before they sold the properties, and I had like 60 days. But yeah, I moved myself except for some of the big stuff, and it was like 4 miles, maybe 4 or 5 miles, and it took me like I rented right up until like the week before they sold. So I kept the rent going for like one extra month to give myself time to move out and clean. And that way I could move and unpack, move and unpack. And so I would take like a carload at a time and I'd go over and get a carload, bring it back, unpack it all, put it away, go get another carload, come back. And it was perfect, but I was so over the move after like 4 weeks of doing that. So I don't know if it's good to do it that way or if it's good just to do it all in like one little push and then live in chaos and try and unpack everything. I don't know which is better. But yeah, it was a lot of work because I don't know how many times I was like, I'm just moving a few miles and this is crazy how much work this is. Okay. Oh no, Liz. Hopefully it wasn't anything important. Well, I'll still be on here. I'm not going anywhere for a while. I got a lot of work to do. So come on back if you're still wanting to hang out. So anyway, I'm kind of hoping that maybe next year about this time we could be looking at trying to plan to get together and get to see each other in person for once. That would be so awesome. But it's still kind of in the back because I don't feel like we can plan that just yet. I think we're getting really close, but I'm not going to even think about it for a little while. Oh, it's temporary, Anna. Oh my goodness. Good, but oh, I'm sorry. That means you have to do it one more time yet. Are you building? Or are you just waiting for the one you're moving into to come open? Yeah. Yeah, Faye, you know. Yeah. But for me, I don't have family down here, and I really didn't have anybody to ask in the sense that I feel like I could ask. So it worked out really, really well. And then when I had the last big stuff, and it wasn't much, it was like one pickup truck full of big stuff. One of the guys at work, I didn't even ask him. He just came up to me and he goes, Connie, do you need some help moving? And I was like, really? Really? Because he was driving, he kind of drove by where I'm at from the office to where he and his girlfriend live. And so he was going home for the weekend because it's just far enough away. He doesn't drive every day. He would drive up for the week. And then I think he had a place that they rented there or something. Or he had an RV. He was staying in an RV. And then he would drive home on the weekends. And so it was like on a weekend. And he's like, yeah, I'm driving by. And I was like, it would only take like an hour and a half tops, depending on how fast we move, to just throw it into your truck. And I said, getting it into your truck's the easy part. It's when we get to the house that we have all the stairs that we have to deal with. So that's where it's going to take some time. Otherwise, the rest I did myself. I was really surprised at how easy it was. But yeah, there was it took me forever and a day to do it kind of thing, and I never thought I was going to be done moving. Oh, yeah, that was so nice, Faye. I was just shocked. I was like, I don't know. I'm going to have to pay somebody to come move this stuff because I just don't feel like I can ask anybody, you know. And the fact that he just kind of did that, I was like, how did you know? How did you know I needed help? So that was so awesome. And then I felt like I could go and finish cleaning and get out of there. Finished cleaning really didn't take me that long because it was only like 750 square feet. It was a 2-bedroom, 1-bath cabin, and then the whole front area was the living, dining, kitchen area, just one big room. And so it was really fast to clean. The floors were all concrete. They were finished concrete. So that was awesome. I was so sad to move out of there. It was such a cool spot. It really was absolutely cool. And I just heard my phone go off. I got to figure out where my phone went. I'll be right back. Where did I lay my phone? Oh, and that's the other thing this last couple of weeks, guys. I have been searching for my phone like crazy. And then, of course, my work phone is always with my personal phone a lot of times. And I'll walk in somewhere and just kind of set them down. And then an hour later, I'm like, where's my phones? And then I would go all day running around the house trying to find the phones. And I'm like, I was so over it. I'm like, I am losing so much time in my day chasing these stupid things down. So I'm starting to get to the point where I was like, don't carry them both together. That way you've got the other one to call, the one you can't find. And I even told a friend of mine once, I said, okay, if I send you this really weird email and it says, can't find phones, please call me. That's what's going on. And just keep calling me until I find the phones and I'll let you know. And they're just like, oh, okay. I was like, yeah, no, don't ask. It's just driving me crazy. And I just screwed up. Cut the wrong size. Okay. I can fix it. Yep, I can fix it. You just gotta put it back on there. What did I just do on there? Man, that's just reprinting this. This is crazy. Which ones else am I missing that's smaller? Big deal. Okay, cool. I agree, Faye. Yep, that's exactly what I was thinking, Faye. You read my mind. And I kind of want to find a place that, is really fun and it has like something like that, water to relax on, plus maybe a restaurant or two just right on site if we don't feel like leaving and we just want to stay there, just camp out. And then if there's some like things in the area too, where if some people want to go and see the area, they can go. And if there's people that want to stay just at the hotel or wherever, they can stay there, that kind of versatile thing. So yeah, I think we got time to throw this one around and figure it out. So that could be a lot of fun. Who knows, if we do it right, we could end up buying out the whole hotel. Everybody would be jumping on the bandwagon at the same time. That would be so fun. He gets to the point where he can't stand it anymore. He's so happy that he literally will come and stand right behind my feet and lean against me and just stand there and lean in against me. And I got to remember he's there because I get used to feeling him and then I don't feel him anymore and I'll go step backwards and forget he's there. It is so cute though. It's just like, he's just like he's hugging me or something. Buddy. Yeah. Oh, Anna, okay. Thanks for stopping by though, sweetie. Miss you, and I will be back on more often now. I'm coming back into life again. Reprint that page that I messed up. All right. Okay, cool. Yeah, Faye. No, it's your birthday, sweetie. You do what you want. I'm just so happy that you spent some time with us. I know, Faye. Me too. Me too. And I have been meaning to reach out to her, and I just haven't. I've seen her post a few times on Instagram in the stories, but that's about all I've seen. So yeah, I need to reach out to her and see how she's doing. I agree. So yeah, we're on the same wavelength there, aren't we? And Gabby, if you're watching or you come and watch this, we miss you, girl. We're thinking about you. We want to know how you're doing. So we need to chat again, Gabby. It's been a few months and I miss you. I think about her every time too, that when that hurricane went through Houston, I need to check and make sure that they're okay. Thought about that last week. Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta go grab that piece of paper off my printer. And this piece of paper was on the back side was my sign matrix for signage for the project, and what sign it was and how many you wanted to order and how much they were. yeah, I got to really concentrate on getting some Christmas stuff going because I know people are going to be starting to take pictures here in the next 4 weeks or so. I've got to make sure I have those for my next market, have a good selection. That way if they decide that they really want, you know, a pair of pants or a button or something and some Christmas fabric for a picture, that they've got the ability to get that. Just cannot believe we're already there, guys. I mean, it's September. That is just so wild. So I know everybody's been talking about the Etsy Star Seller. And I'm just going to tell you guys, don't make a big deal about it. Seriously. I don't really think, and I'm really salty about it because of the way they have it set up. It's not fair. It's not something that I think is beneficial to certain people. So anyway, don't get wrapped around the axle on that, and don't get too upset if you don't make it. Hey, thanks for joining us. So don't get worried about those things. You just concentrate on doing what you're doing, getting things in your shop, sending out your orders on time, great customer service, great customer contact when they send you emails. I know those are things that they're looking for. Don't even let that come into your brain. You run your business to the best of your ability and do not worry about that. Anything that Etsy comes out with that they say this, that, and the other, and here's this new program, that's that new program, don't even worry about it. You just keep your nose to the grindstone and do what you need to do to make your business take off and be profitable. And if then, once you get going and you get sales going and you get clientele coming in, then if you want to step back and pay attention to some of that stuff, that's fine. I'm never going to, never have. I've been on Etsy since probably about a year after they came about, and I've seen programs come and go like crazy. And most of them didn't stick around for very long. And a lot of them were good, and then they still went away. So that's why I'm saying don't get too worried about any of it. You just do what you need to do. Yeah, it has been a while for all of us, Team Crafty Boutique. Sure has been. It's time to kind of get back into our routine again. All of us all of a sudden had life take off again, and we all just kind of scattered at the same time. So, yep. Yeah, I know some of the newer people, Juana, are going to be a little concerned that they have to pay attention to that. And I want you guys to know, don't even let that get into your radar, because all it's going to do is be a distraction rather than a help. So I want you guys just to focus on what you need to focus on, which is your business, you getting done what you need to do to get stuff on your site, to make sales happen, to get your marketing, you do all your stuff that you've already got planned out that you've been doing. Don't worry about anything they come up with. So what are some things that you guys are planning to put in your shop for the holidays? And you don't have to be specific if you don't want to be, but let's see what everybody's doing. I'm really curious. Because I've already kind of got my list in my head. Now I carry my list in my head all the time. And it's like, well, it didn't get there for spring. Do it for summer. Okay, didn't get there for summer. I'll do it for fall. Okay, still didn't get there. Okay, Christmas. Christmas doesn't get there. Okay, beginning of the year. Good. Wanna? Yes. You just concentrate on getting your business going. You concentrate on getting that shop populated, getting everything filled out. It's more important that you get your return policy up, your terms and conditions of sales, your all that. Get all that filled out, everything that you need to fill out to protect yourself too. That's more important. Then once you get done, like I said, you can go back and see what else, if you choose to be, part of this or want to do that or whatever. But get what really matters done first. Get all your shipping rates, if you're doing that, figured out. Okay, and there's a reason why I'm asking this, guys, okay? Because I've decided, and I do this every time that I decide I'm going to push myself, and then I sit down to do it and I never finish it. Well, I don't have a choice now. I have to make it happen, because if I'm going to have myself do one market, and I would actually like to add a second market every month, but right now, not feasible, and I'm not finding one that falls on the every other weekend. I don't want to do back-to-backs because that's just too much. So until then, I am doing more long-range goals for things that I want to get put together and get into my market. Some things that are going into market will not be going into my Etsy shop. Other things will be going into my Etsy shop. Now, here's another thing too that I'm doing is when people take my card at the market, I make sure and tell them, when you go on Etsy and you look at some of this stuff, you're going to find out it's more expensive. And that's because it's online. I have fees, and then I have shipping. That's all a part of that. So I always tell them, if you see it online, come to market, because it's going to be cheaper here. But it's the truth. And I just don't want them to go, wow, it's like $5 more on Etsy, and not realize why. And then the minute I tell them it's online, there's fees and everything, they're like, oh, well, yeah. Then they get it. But they're not thinking that probably at the time, unless I've already told them. So they're taking my card and they're like, oh, cool. And I was like, yeah, just make sure you come by. And I'm always going to be in this space if I can help it. I'm going to try and keep always in this space, and then come by, and it'll probably be here, and you'll find it's a little cheaper. So, all right. So the reason why I'm asking this too is I always say I'm going to do this. So I always say I'm going to make a plan, and then I'm going to work the plan. And I get down and I start making the plan, and my plan is unrealistic because I always think I'm going to get more done than I do. So I've learned over the years of making the plan and then it doesn't stick, that I need to back off a little. So I'm going to make my plan realistic now. I know kind of about how much I can get done, how long it's going to take me to do it, that kind of thing. So if you can do that and figure out kind of how long it takes you to do things, be realistic with yourself on exactly what you can get done, and then sit down and make a plan for like the next couple of weeks. Start small, like even for the next week, and say like on Monday night, I'm going to cut out bummies, sizes, this size, this size, this size out of this fabric. And that's all I'm going to try and tell myself to get done for that night. If you get more done, awesome. But if you can at least strive to get that much done, then Tuesday, say you can do it Tuesday night as well. Okay, then Tuesday night, I'm going to take all that stuff that I've cut and I'm going to start sewing. And you already know how many you can get done in an hour or in a night. So say, all right, I'm going to take this size, and that's all you get done. I'm going to get all of this size sewn up on Tuesday night. I'm going to get them tagged with the size tags, and then if you're going to a market, then get your price tag on. If you're not, if it's just for Etsy, then get them folded away, get them ironed, folded away, and put away. And then the next time that you can do it, you sew the next size range, or maybe you have time, a longer stretch, you can sew the 2 size ranges and do the whole step, get them done and ready to go. So that when they sell, if you're just doing it for Etsy, when they sell, you just walk over, you pull them, ship them. So set up a plan for about a week and test it, and be really tough on yourself to stay on that schedule for a week, because that way you'll know, am I realistic? Am I thinking I'm going to get more done than I can in this time? Oh, I didn't realize I was going to have, interruptions happening. So I got to account for the interruptions too. So things like that. And then once you figure out how long it takes you, what you can get done, then you can sit and plan out maybe for a month or a quarter or a season. And then that way, when you're ready to add new things, whether it just be changes in prints for the season or whatever, if that 3-month, 2-month block or whatever worked, take it, reuse it again, and then plug in whatever, if you're using new prints, just plug in the new prints. And you've already got it, and then you're getting yourself into a routine. And then all of a sudden, your business is going to grow, and you're not even going to realize you're growing it, and it's doing it. So make sure you also plan in time to take photos for Etsy. You plan in time to do your listings. Now, when you've done a couple of listings, and obviously that copy feature in Etsy is amazing, and everything's already set up. All you do is go in and change your pictures. And then if you've got some verbiage that is real specific to the item, then you just change that. Change some of your tags if you need to, if you put colors in there, if you put print names or something in there, just your overall. And then all of a sudden your listing goes faster. Pictures still take time regardless. There's going to be no quick way on that. Pictures are pictures. You always have to go in, take them, edit them, do whatever. So try and complete the full task before you move on to the next. So if you're going to do pictures, make sure you've got all your sewing done. Don't just do, oh man, I've got the one size, so I'm going to take pictures. Unless for some reason you feel that's the way you want to do it and you want to list. And then sew to order on the sizes that are missing if you get a sale. I mean, that's all up to you. It's all your business on how it works for you and how everything progresses for you. Some people work better doing things in segments. Some don't. You just figure out what works for you. So I'm challenging myself to go back to that. I'm not a good list girl. I don't like lists. They stress me out. But I'm going to tell myself it's a roadmap, not a list. And it's going to be better, except if I don't meet what I have planned, then I'm going to get stressed about that too. So I have to figure out a way for me that I'm going to totally be able to handle it, because sometimes I'll also see the ooh shiny, ooh squirrel and want to go down that rabbit hole, and I've got to decide how I'm going to handle that too and stay on task. So but this is helping too when I go to market and I'm hearing what people are looking for. I'm hearing the questions, the things that they're liking. So it's going to help me also with my roadmap, because some things I thought of and some things I didn't. So I'm going to take advantage of opportunities as I can. And you never know, you might just find a niche you didn't know existed for you. Plus, with the end of the year coming up, we're all going to want to start January. You know how we always want to be real productive in the new year, and January kind of tends to make us reevaluate and create goals and that kind of stuff. So that's the other thing that I'm looking at this being really good for me, because I want to start the new year with what I've learned over this last quarter on the markets and take that and implement it into next year while I'm adding in the new things that have been in my brain that I haven't put into either my Etsy shop or Etsy and market shop, or maybe just market. I want to keep my market storefront clean. I don't want it to be real PC. So I've got to really think hard about what I want to add into there. Etsy can get a little bigger bulk wise, where the market, I'm afraid that it's like a store, an actual store, where if it gets too many things you're looking at, you lose people's interest really fast. So you've got to be able to engage their eye and keep their eye rather than it going to, you want it to kind of flow. And so by doing that, I've got to keep my my for sale items a little more toned in. And so I got to keep the number of items I'm offering to just certain things. And it's got to make sense. So this goes with that. That goes with that. Or you would buy this and this because it's bottom to bottom. So it would be like, the pants and the bummies. So they're going to buy one of those or two of those or two of these. Well, then I need to add some shirts to go with that. And that would make some sense. So then all of a sudden it's still cohesive and it all goes together and it builds on each other. And I'm looking for that multiple sale thing where they're going to buy pieces that go with pieces, or if they're buying a gift. I've had a lot of people come in for gifts. And so I've got some of the hand-dyed onesies, and they would buy one of those to go with the bummy. So it'd be a cute little outfit. So things like that. I want to keep sets that either they put together or sets that I've prepackaged, and see how that goes going into the holiday season. And I think that'll make a whole lot of sense, because I'm thinking I'm going to see grandmas and aunts and uncles and that coming in to buy for the little ones, and they're going to want pieces that kind of all go together. So that's my goal. That is my plan for my Christmas. Okay, so we got those. Let's start cutting out. All right, speaking of Christmas, let's just dive into it. Because if I don't, I'm going to wish I had. I need something to catch that on the other side. That's the only bad thing about me doing this on the short side of my table while we're talking is I don't have the long side of the table to unroll all my fabric out on. So I'm going to have something catch it over here. something up. You guys are being very quiet. You working hard? Diane, that is so true. That happens to me all the time. Oh, good. Wanna? Yeah, Diane. I cannot tell you over the years, both me and my sister, when we used to do craft shows a long time ago, doing other items, same thing. We would stay all night painting what we thought was going to sell the next day. And sometimes it would sell good, other times we wouldn't sell one piece. But yet, everything we did for like a craft show 6 months ago that nobody picked up sold out. You know, it was so weird. Happened all the time. And so every time we'd go to the craft show, we'd look at each other and go, well, I wonder what underdog's going to sell out today that we're not expecting, you know? And did we stay up late for nothing? And every time we go to stay up late, we look at each other going, should we even be staying up late doing this? Because it's probably not going to sell. Never does. So it's so funny. Sorry, I'm doing a little math in my head here. Yeah. Oh, that's so true. So true, Sarah. The things that I did not like at all, everybody's like, ooh, that's really cool. And I'm like, okay, good. Buy it. Because I don't like looking at it. Yeah, I know. All right, just doing my math and double checking everything, making sure I think I'm agreeing with this. So. Trying to turn my shorts into pants. Trying to figure out how long they gotta be. So. Now I think I got my brain figured out there. I found out that if I don't take long notes, I'll forget tomorrow what I was thinking. So I've just got to, and I've learned that in my day job, where I'll be like, oh, I'll always remember. And then I go back like a week later, I'm like, what was I thinking here? And then I have to really sit and figure it out all over again. So just take your time, make detailed notes when you figure things out. Kind of excited to sew up these Christmas prints. I think they're going to be super cute. Trying to be careful and use every little bit of fabric that I can. So sometimes spend so much time trying to fold it over so I don't waste anything. And then I fold it too far over, one direction or the other. You know what I'm talking about. There we go. Oh, hello. No. I have it on my Etsy store, Shayna. It's the harem pant, the harem short. I'm just turning them into pants, and I don't want to go buy another pattern just to get the length of the pants. And I already have a pant pattern from the same pattern maker, so I'm just using. They gave me an outseam measurement, so they're really good on that one. Where they gave the pattern that I'm using had a short and a pant pattern on it. So the short pattern doesn't matter because I've got, and I can't show you the pattern, so I'm going to show you this part. I've got that cut out of it, but that's the shorts. And so I just need, what does the length need to be for the pant? So I'm using their finished garment measurement on the pant outseam, and the outseam goes from the waist down the outside of the leg down to the bottom of the finished hem. So they give me that, so I just have to back it up. And for this pattern, I have to add for the waist because it's got the elastic waist, so I have to add the fold over plus the, so you know, however much you need to leave for your elastic, plus I always turn about 1/4 of an inch under. So I have to add that in, and then I have to add for the hem, however much I turn up. And so I take those two measurements and add it on to the pant outseam total number, so that when I go do my pants from the shorts, then I know to measure along my outseam out here down, extend my pattern out however far for whatever size I'm doing to get this. If that makes sense to anybody. You guys are following me there. It sounds harder than it is. That's why I had to make detailed notes, so that when I go back down the road and look at this again, I'll know exactly what I did and which pattern I was doing it to. Because if I'm going to use a different pattern and use that, then I have to recalculate all my numbers. So anyway, because it may or may not make a difference. You just have to double check. And then I will make a, if I need to, if this ends up taking too long, I'll make another pattern and add that on so that I can just go ahead and zip it across with it too with my long, it's in here somewhere. My long guide, there it is. I laid it on the, it was the same color, so I wasn't even seeing it. But make sure you lay, oh, that's sun. Let me pop this down and hopefully that sun's not going to burn it out too bad. Put something up. Let me use to block that with for the moment. That's not working. That sun, it's killing me. And it's only going to be there for like probably about 5 minutes and then it's going to move. I really want to show you guys how to do this because it's super easy. Until that sun cooperates with me. It's coming in at just the right angle too. Okay, well that's going to help a little bit, but it's still, yeah, the cloud just went over. Okay, so I'm laying my ruler down along the edge of my pattern. So, okay, there we go. So now you can see the edge of my pattern and the edge of my ruler. So it takes that angle. And so then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go mark. This one's 25 3/4 when my ruler is 24. Well, I'm using the water erasable, so it doesn't really matter. So I'm going to put a mark right there, knowing that that's 24. And then I'm going to slide my ruler. I'm going to keep it on there to keep the angle straight. I'm going to slide it down. So I need to add 1 3/4 inches, which is where I'm at there. Keep it all straight. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and draw my line. And there's my pants right there. That's how long it needs to be. And then I'm going to do one little mark down here along the bottom of my ruler. I'm going to finish marking this because I have to move my pattern piece. So I've got to move this. I'm going to mark all of this so that when I move it, I'll know where everything's got to be cut. Now you also have to make sure you mark your crotch line too, because that matters. Because your crotch is not going to go lower. It's just your pants are getting longer. So mark that, and then it gets to a point where it starts going straight. And I can do that. Now I'm going to move this down, and all I want off of this is the bottom. And then I'm going to do, so I marked the bottom here, and then I came up just a little bit where it ends and starts going back up. So now what I'm going to do, here comes that side again, is go connect everything up. Just like that. And that's it. That's how I lengthen my short to a pant. And now I'm going to cut this one out before I do the other one. I really am going to do a pattern piece because it's easy, but this is too time consuming to do each time. Or if I do a pattern piece, then I can just whip right through. Hey, Mary Beth. Oh, I didn't get that one. Thought I went all the way down. And I didn't. Okay, so now I have the pant length. Oh, that's fun. It'll go away again real soon. So I have the top and then the pant length. So I'm going to double check one more time that the measurement is on. That's going to be perfect, just as long as I'm in that ballpark. Yep, right there. Okay. It's kind of irritating. This salvage edge just rolls so badly. Come on, son. You're burning me out. But it rolls so badly on these. And so until I get through that, it's kind of, I fiddle with it a lot. Back up just a little bit. You still can't see my face. All right, let me back you up just a touch. So kind of like you can see the table too. And you still can't see me, but you can see the table really well. Sorry, guys. I'm going to move the camera one more time. There, that's better. I'm going to get sunburned for a few minutes. At one window, I've got, the studio has 14-foot ceiling, and I've got windows across the top, the ribbon windows. And it's that one. The sun is just starting to go down, and it comes right in that window for a few minutes. Great for lighting until you're trying to do a video. And I had to jimmy rig my cutter for some reason. I still don't know how this happened. I lost the wing nut off the back of my cutter. So I'm just using a binder clip for the moment to hold it on. I ordered a new one. It should be here tomorrow. I was bummed. I was like, I still don't know how that happened because I'm always so careful when things have pieces, parts. And when I went to use this, I was like, when did that happen? So it must have fallen off and I didn't know it. And I have not yet found it. And I may never find it. Or I may find it in a couple of years and go, what is this? And then finally remember, it's not in here either. So I don't know. Or it could be in one of those drawers I haven't dug through the drawers yet. But if I find it, cool, I'll have two. No big deal. The binder clip is working good enough for now, but I don't want to keep doing that because it's not perfect. It does kind of slow you down just a touch. So. Once I get through these first ones, I'm definitely going to have to do another pattern for these pants. I see this slowing me way down. Cutting these out. Hang in with me. It's not going to take long for that sun to go away. It's another 5 minutes or so, probably. I did order some new lights for in here. And I'm hoping it makes everything super bright so that, like in the evenings and stuff, I noticed I went back and looked at some of my videos and they were a little darker than I thought they really were because it didn't seem that way until I rewatched a portion of them. Now I don't rewatch my videos. I can't do that. I watched it long enough to see that, yeah, it was a little darker than I wanted it to be. So I did order some off of Amazon. Hopefully they're going to solve the problem. It seemed like they were going to be really easy. They just screw into my existing fixture. So my poor FAF, you guys have not seen that, but I've talked about it on here before. It's one of my first sewing machines that I bought brand new. I think I bought it in 2002, so it's almost 20 years old. That poor baby, she's got to go to the doctor. So I don't know what happened, and I'm not even going to take time to figure it out, but I pulled off the cover plate to clean out underneath where the bobbin and everything is, because like you need to do every now and then. And somehow, and I could have did this when I put it back, there's a little metal piece that kind of, the way they've got it fashioned, it's like it catches the plate and it keeps holding it down tight. That got bent down just enough that my whole bobbin area, I was real careful, but I checked it because I felt it seemed like something wasn't quite right and it was catching. The bobbin area started catching on it and it knocked my timing out. So yeah, I could take the time and fix it all, but I'm just going to take it to the repair place and let him do it because I know it needs a good cleaning anyway. It hasn't had a service in quite a long time. So I'm just going to let him clean it out and take it and fix it and make it better. But I was just like, no. So then I came down here to get my Janome and I couldn't find the plug-in cord for the Janome. And I searched everywhere in this studio and I'm like, are you kidding me? I can't find it. And I finally found it. I searched for days. This happened earlier this week. I searched for days and days and days and I couldn't find it. And then I realized, I do have one area upstairs where I keep all these random power cords over the years. And you just never know when you're going to need something. And then if I find a power cord and I'm not sure what it goes to, it just goes in that pile. And I was like, I wonder if I put it in there accidentally. Sure enough, that's where it was, thankfully. So I found it. So I'm good. I've got my Janome as a backup. I mean, I do have my brother, but I prefer to use that strictly for embroidery, but because it's just to take the foot off and change the foot to embroidery and then back to sewing on any of the machines that you have the combo. It's not that it's tough, it just takes time. It takes like, 5 minutes. You got to unscrew one piece and then put the other piece on, screw it back in to accept the sewing foot. And then you got to take that piece off when you go back to embroidery and put your embroidery foot back on. So it's not like it's a real big deal, but I like to have things set up. So one is purely for sewing, and then the other two are set up as my embroidery. Well, since my purely sewing machine decided it needed to go to the doctor, I had to switch my Janome over and turn that one into my sewing machine for a while. And the only reason I choose my Janome is because it's got the smaller embroidery field. It only goes up to the 5x7, where my brother goes up to an 8x12. So I prefer to keep that one set up as my embroidery unit for now. I couldn't believe that. I was like, no, my FAF is sick. And then I can't find my Janome. And I was like, no, are you kidding me? And I was trying to finish up for market when all this was going on. So I didn't have time to deal with anything. So I just had to stop and switch my brother out. It was okay. I'd already done everything I was going to do on it. I should have brought down. Oh, it is here. Oh, I got to show you guys my mummy shirt that I did for the market. Let me finish cutting this out and I'll show you guys. It is so cute. I'm not, and don't anybody be shocked here, but I'm not a huge Halloween person. It's just not my holiday. So I don't see me doing a ton of Halloween outfits and stuff. I'll do a few here and there. So I know some people they just love Halloween and they do everything Halloween, and that's cool. For me, I'm going to do more, the standard items, and then I'll just add in the holiday stuff here and there. And I know Christmas is going to be kind of a big one, so I'll do more Christmas. But this little guy, that is so cute. Look at how cute he is. I love him. So this is my kind of Halloween, is, the little cute things. And I already had him. I couldn't believe I forgot about him. And I went searching just to see, because I had a couple of random shirts, like this orange I'd saved to do Halloween stuff on that I picked up on a clearance rack. And I was like, I've got to have something. And I did. I found him. This was fun. I had a good time with this little guy, but he did take a while to stitch out just with all the mummy stuff. That took a while. It wasn't a whole lot of thread color changes, thankfully. But I did, when you guys are doing these sometimes too, pay attention, because the digitizer, I don't think really thinks of digitizing for if you have a single needle. And so this one, I changed up the order. So what it was originally doing was, you do your outline, then you lay down your white, and then it goes back and it puts the black lines in for the bandages. And then it comes back and it does the skin tones. Then it does the outline. Then it does the black around the hands and then the mouth. Then it does the white eyes. Then it does the black in the eyes, which it made no sense for me when I did this after the first one. I was like, okay, I can do all the black at one time. So I flipped it up, and so when it got to go to do the black for the mouth, I just pushed it forward to do white. And then that way I only had to change for the black once. So it came back, and then I did all the black, the outline, and the whole face, and it was fine. So little things like that, if you have a single needle, can save you a little bit of time because then you don't have to keep changing it out. Now, if it was a multi-needle, it wouldn't have mattered. I wouldn't have done that because I'm not sitting there changing the colors out. But in a single needle, start watching for those little things to save yourself some time, and you just push forward, and then you just got to remember, though, you got to push back to go catch it. So, it's a memory game, but after you've done it a few times, you'll get in a rhythm and you'll start remembering. So, yeah, it was a game changer because it saved me probably 5 minutes. Because I changed my bobbin thread with my black as well, just so I don't ever have to worry about my white showing through. And I've had times where the white does not show, and there's other times when it does, and it's nothing to do with my machine. I think it's everything to do with that pattern. For some reason, it was pulling it through because I would rethread it, I would do everything, and I could never get it. And even when I tested it one time and went and did different colors just to test it real quick, and it still pulled it up. So, and I did it on my other machine as well, and it still pulled it through. So I was like, no, it's the design. So I always do my black. I always have a black bobbin and a white bobbin, and then I use my black if I have like a really dark, like a brown or something, I'll use the black as well. And then just that way, the white doesn't even have a chance of one thread showing through. So that's another thing that takes me a few minutes when they flip that out. Okay, I was thinking 5 minutes and that was going to go. So maybe another 5 minutes. Now it's right in my eyes. So I'm in love with that little mummy. I think he's cute. Sorry, I'm doing my math here. Hey, Nancy. Glad you could come join us. I'm going to have to figure out a way to block that sometimes if this is going to keep being a problem. The problem is it's so high I have to crawl way up to block it, but I may have to because this is crazy. You want light, but this is a little ridiculous. Oh, nice, Nancy. And it's Faye's birthday today, too. So it's kind of that popular time for birthdays. It's that middle of September through a good chunk of October. I'm an October baby, so I tend to notice these things. And I've got several birthdays. I've got one this next week, one the week after. And then in our family, we had a run of people, and it wasn't just like my immediate family, it was my extended family as well, where it would start September 30th, and we had somebody or several somebodies every day until October 15th. I think it's until October 15th. So it's crazy. Really, really popular time. Well, tell mom happy birthday. Tell sister happy birthday. Yeah, January can be a busy month too, Nancy. I agree because my sister's in January. She's almost a New Year's baby. She was born on the 2nd. So what's next? You're getting Nancy. I live vicariously through people sometimes when it comes to eating. I've been on a huge. Oh, what's next? You out getting Nancy? I'm living vicariously through you right now. I'm on a huge pizza crush. I want pizza so bad, and I've been telling myself no for so long. And the one good thing about is up here is in like I live like here, and then there's a town 12 miles this direction and another town about 14 miles the other way. So our little town doesn't have a whole lot of the name brand fast food stuff. It's all mom and pop stuff, which is amazing. But mom and pop stuff roll up the doors at a certain time, and then they also don't necessarily open up every day, every night, or they're supposed to be open and they didn't that day because somebody was sick, or, that real small town kind of thing. So to get a pizza up here, that I have one choice, and it's amazing pizza, but it's not the one that I want right now. I'm craving a name brand. And so I'm like, well, that's 15 minutes down the road, 10 miles. Nah. I'm just lazy. So I need to just, I think the reason why I'm lazy is it's going to be hard to get in and out of because of where it's located. It's a really busy highway that it's on. And I have to kind of go up and around. And I found the up and around, but it's dangerous busy on both intersections to get back out because you cannot see. It's blind. And so I'm like, yeah, I don't want pizza that terribly badly, do I? Because it's not the same, Sarah. And see, I do frozen once in a while too, but it's not the name brand that I'm craving that's down here. Oh, yum. Strawberry funnel cake. Yum, yum, yum. I haven't tried that one yet. Is that amazing? It sounds so good. And I'm lazy, Sarah. That's the other reason. When you only cook for yourself all the time, it's hard. It's hard to convince yourself to make stuff like that. It's almost gonna go away. Come on, son, work with me. It sounds really good. Now, does it actually have like coffee or espresso in it, or is it just like the strawberry flavor? You know how they make some of those other drinks that are just that without the caffeine in it. I'm still crushing on their caramel ribbon crunch. I am a caramel freak when it comes to my coffees. That is like my go-to die-hard flavor. And that caramel ribbon crunch got me like no other. Let me tell you, it is good. Yeah, I would get it with coffee too. Totally. I'm a total coffee lover. Of course, you guys know that. That's not a shock. Yeah, and see, you've got your flavors that you either absolutely die for or you don't. And see, like the pumpkin spice, a lot of people are total pumpkin spice diehards. I don't care for it. I don't care for it at all. I love pumpkin pie, but I don't want pumpkin pie spice in my coffee or any of that. So, yeah, yeah, I'm all about the caramel macchiato over there at Starbucks. I love that thing. Anytime I fly, I pass the Starbucks on the way to my terminal, and oh yeah, I'm like, and I'm making a detour. I'll be right there, guys. The only bad thing is then about mid-flight, I have to get up and go use the facilities. That's not my favorite thing to do on a plane. Yeah, I don't hate it, Nancy. I'm like you. It's just it's not my go-to. I mean, I'd drink it if I had to, but I'd be like, nah. I'd sooner let the people who really, really, really love it have that. Yeah, Mary Beth, I totally get that. I can understand that. I grew up in the country and I'm semi-rural right now, but thankfully the delivery drivers come here. But I think we are slowly getting close to having Uber and Lyft up here. We don't yet. We still have local people that do it, and so you just kind of know who those local people are, and it's all over our local like Facebook group page and next door page and everything. So we all know who it is if we need it. But yeah, it's kind of funny because DoorDash started saying that they were going to deliver here. And I'm like, yeah, and my food would be like super cold by the time it got here. Because no matter how hard you guys tried, it's going to take you 25 to 35 minutes to get here from wherever you picked it up. So, nah, I'm out. Yeah, I'm just, oh, that caramel ribbon crunch. First time I had that, it was on my way home from, remember when I was working, I had to drive every week for an overnight trip for work. And so I had it one time on the way home. I'd had a really rough day. And I'm like, I'm stopping. I don't usually stop at Starbucks on a regular basis when I was driving by just because I knew I could put some weight on real quick doing that. But I'm like, we're gonna do this. You deserve to stop. And I hadn't had one of those yet, and I've been dying. I wanted to try it. Oh man. I went through the drive-through and got that, and then my dog was with me, and so then they gave me a cappuccino, which is just, I think, whipped cream. Their whipped cream that they make, and it comes in this cute little paper cup. and it's all foamed over. They do a nice little crown on it and everything. And I just literally get it through the window, and her nose is like pink. She can smell it. And so I'm trying to drive away, and I finally had my cup down in the cup holder, and I'm holding this like this, and I'm trying to drive through the drive-through, and she is just like smashing her face into that cup. And it was so funny. And so every time we stopped, I get that she knew after that, every time we went through, she was going to get one of those. But once she got through her puppuccino, and I got out and I could take my first taste of that, oh, I thought I was, oh, it was the best thing ever at that moment. I mean, it was a stressful week anyway, and I knew caramel was my favorite, and I was going to love it, and I hadn't had it, and I didn't realize I was going to love it as much as I did. So, you combine all of that into something that the first time you tasted, it was just like all the stress just melted away in that one sip. Yeah, that thing was gone like in about, and I got the biggest one too, and it was gone. I was just like, okay, you got to make this last at least 15 minutes, And I did. I made it last about 15, 20 minutes just because I told myself to ration it. But then the dog's like in the back. She could still smell the whipped cream that was on it. And she's like sniffing in my ear. And I'm just like, no, mine. You don't get any of this one. So ugh, that was so good. So whenever I have a real stressful moment, and I would let myself do that on those trips home after I knew how good it was. I was like, okay, if it's really bad, you can stop and get your Starbucks. And there was a couple of places where I drive by Starbucks, and it wasn't super easy to get to, but the one that I stopped at was just literally right there, pull in, pull out. But it was like, I was still an hour from home, and this was like a 4.5, 5 hour drive, so I had to wait a while. Okay, Nancy, have a good evening. Enjoy all your goodies, and I'm going to live vicariously through you while you're eating all the good stuff. And I still want pizza. So yeah, it became almost a weekly stop there for a while just because my stress was off the charts. And it was always on the day, not the day that I got there, but the day that I would leave, that it seemed like everything kind of piled on. And that would get me through the day because I'd start thinking, okay, you're stopping for your Starbucks on the way home. It's going to be worth it. You just got to make it. And the good thing is, where the pizza's at that I'm telling you about, the Starbucks isn't far from there, and that one's easy to get in and out of. The one in the other town, you either have to go in the Target, or the one that they've had, which has been there forever, it's really hard to get in and out of. And there is no drive-through that I'm aware of. So you just have to park, and the parking lot's like this big, and it's on a corner, and it holds like about 8 or 9 cars, and that's it. And then the other parking is for the 2 businesses that are right next to it. And so they literally say you can't park here, and it's right in front of their doors, so they can see if you're parking there and going into Starbucks. And it's super busy. It's an access road to get on and off the interstate, and so it's super busy right here. So the Starbucks sits here. It's super busy here, and then this street coming here is the one that's the main feeder all the way through the town, and then also gets you on and off the interstate. Crazy nuts. And I'm like, come on, guys, let's get a better location, please. So I always go to the one that's in the other because I can get in and get out, and it's super, super good. And it's almost getting easier for me to go to that location for everything anymore anyway. Going into the other town, it may be closer, but the traffic is getting really bad, and it's really getting built up. Hey, Sandra, how are you doing? So I've started diverting and going to the other location, and they're finally building up over there. I knew they would. It's hard to explain, but it's an area that is a suburb to San Antonio. And San Antonio is growing out to that direction. They're already there. So like the stores and everything haven't 100% caught up. They're slowly getting there. And there's a lot of them that I love, and and still a couple I'm waiting for. Like they don't have a Joanne right there or a Hobby Lobby yet. And I'm sure they probably will pretty soon. Hey, Nina. So I just got to be patient. There's a couple of other things I want that aren't like fabric and craft related that I'm like, come on, guys, come on. You've got the shopping center. Now just get them in there. Because they built up, it's a really nice shopping center they've got over there. Has the Walmart and everything else over there. So they're slowly building things. And I'm probably going to end up always going over there instead of into the other town. I am doing more stuff for market, Sandra. I'm trying to get some of my Christmas fabrics in now. And I have to also replenish because I did quite a bit for the first market. It took me through the second market. I did some more for my third market. I'm going on to my fourth, and now I've got some of my sizes have been hit really hard. Like I've got like maybe 2 left, and I had like 10 or 15. So I'm starting to see what sizes people are buying, and that's helping. So now I'm just going to replenish those size runs. Like nobody's really buying, and I knew they wouldn't because these are all my sample sizes anyway, but nobody's really buying like the 3 to 6 month. I don't even do the newborn or the 0 to 3 month. Nobody's really buying 3 to 6 month. I sell one here and there. So I am going to build up the others, and they're not even really buying much in the 6 to 12. Let's see now, the 3 to 6, 6 to 9, 9 to 12. That range it's selling a little. 9 to 12 sells a little bit, but they're buying like from the 12 on up really well because they wear it just a little bit longer. So I want to concentrate a little bit more on getting those sizes, and then they also want some bigger sizes, and I didn't have those added in yet. Growing pains, it just takes time. I think Nancy just left, Sandra. It was her mom's birthday today and her sister's birthday tomorrow, and she just popped on real quick while they were out getting snacks and picking up some Starbucks and stuff. So, yeah, I wish I would have thought to ask her that too. I didn't even think about it. Okay, cool. I just didn't want you to not notice that, Sandra. So what are you doing right now, Sandra? Are you working on anything, or are you just chilling out? And various people are doing different things. Some people are just getting ready for dinner. Others are shooting videos. Actually, a couple of people were working on videos. Lana was, and Shayna was. And finally, my light interrupter is gone. So the sun has moved just enough. I can definitely tell it's fall lately, and it happened like overnight. So our humidity has not been bad at all this year. Usually it's pretty bad in the summer. I mean, we've had our moments, don't get me wrong, but for the most part, it's been a really, really nice summer, both temperature and humidity. And lately, I go get up in the morning this last week only, and it's been super low humidity, probably like 30%. And the temperature has been like about 65 or 68 when I go out. And it's almost like, oh my gosh, we go from 95 to 68 and it feels so good. But I'm just like, wow. I walked out the other day and I was not expecting that. It almost gave me like a little shiver up my spine because I wasn't expecting it to be that nice and beautiful and cool. So it was so awesome. And then it didn't take long and it heated up again. But it's supposed to really be nice this next week. I think it's only going to be in the 80s and down into the 50s for overnight. I'm like, wow, that's early. So I don't know if we're just this whole year is going to be real funky or whether this is just like a seasonal thing that's only going to happen for a week and then we're going to get back again or what. But yeah, it was absolutely unbelievably beautiful. I was so surprised. And of course, my dog is already high energy to begin with, and then you give her some of that cool temperatures, and she's just like, "Wah!" I take her out, and I'm like, "Wait a minute, I'm still not coordinated enough for this." So give mom a chance to wake up and be able to put one foot in front of the other before you take me down. Oh, okay, cool, Sandra. Yeah, that's an awesome project. But the first time you make those, they do tend to be a little daunting. And then after you get through the pattern the first time, you're like, oh, now I get it. So don't be surprised if you have that happen in an area where you didn't quite understand the pattern. Whenever I'm making bags, it seems like that's always a commonality. In fact, that's what I'm going to do for another one of the solo ones. So those of you that have come on later, I'm gonna do a solo long next weekend. I haven't decided if it's Saturday or Sunday. It's got to see how my weekend's flowing. I'm gonna try and just do them on Sundays again, but sometimes my Sundays have been a little crazy, or I've been really tired. And so if I see it coming that way, I might try and do it on Saturday. But anyway, I'm gonna post it early, so you guys will get the sewing list and everything if you want to sew along, or if you just want to be, look it up and know what we're doing ahead of time. But we're gonna do an elastic waist skirt. And the reason I'm choosing that is a friend of mine is a teacher for fourth grade here in town. And one of her students wanted to learn how to sew. And so the girl's like 9, I think she said. So we were talking yesterday, and I told her, I said, the perfect thing for her to learn how to do as a garment for herself is a skirt. Because I remember that was my first garment, and I felt like it was this huge hill when it really was one seam, a hem, and then you turn your casing and put in your elastic, and that's it. But back then, that was like this really big project. And so I told her about it. She goes, "Oh, yeah." And so I told her, I said, "Here's what we'll do. I'll do a tutorial on it, and then you can use the tutorial to help teach her as well. And then if she wants to go back and look at the tutorial when she maybe is doing it without you, she goes, oh, I love it." So that's why I'm choosing that. And then I'm going to start making my list and do the tutorials again because I really want to do those. And I'm going to start doing bags too. I thought of that the other day and I forgot to mention that when we were talking about this earlier today about doing the sew-alongs. And I told myself, let's do some bag tutorials too. So I'll teach you guys how to make some bags. I've got several ones that are beginnerish, but they're beginner enough that it'll push you just a little bit, but it's not going to be daunting. And then I might do one or two after we've done that build on those skills and take you a little further down the road. Like we did that tote, and I showed you how to do it, with a lining or without a lining, and it was super simple that way. So things like that to get started. And then I've got two that have a zipper that we will do, and they're easy. They're easy. Those are so easy. But it's going to teach you how to do box corners and the way that we do those. So it'll be one of those where like, I always wondered how we did that and I didn't know it was that easy. So we'll do some of those. And then I've got a bunch of bag patterns. So I need to kind of sit down and figure out what we want to do after that. And I already took the bag that I just made, the purse that I made. It's on my Instagram if you guys want to go look at it. It was a special order for my boss's wife, and I had to, in fact, I showed you guys, take that back, I showed you the purse I was taking the pattern off of. Oh, it's probably been about 2 months ago. So if you want to learn how to make a pattern from an existing item, that was that bag. And then I don't think I showed you the finished. I just took a picture, a couple of pictures and put them on Instagram. But it turned out really good. I was super happy with the fabric. This is the fabric we used. It was so pretty. This is from Hawthorne. It was so, so pretty. And it doesn't read as evergreen as it is on this camera right here, but it's a real pretty blue green, just so rich. And then these gold spots are really almost, when you look at it, they're not glitter, but your eye wants to read it as that. So it turned out super cool. She was really excited about it. And she chose this fabric. She had me go pick out, oh, yeah, she goes, just pick out some patterns and I'll choose one. Well, I hate doing that for people, but I know what she meant because she didn't know fabrics and stuff. She wanted me to pick fabrics. And I don't know her super well, but I knew her well enough that when I saw that pattern, that fabric, I just told myself, she's going to pick this one. I just know it. I could just feel it. And she did. I didn't lead her that direction at all. And she's like, yep, that's what I want. And I laughed and I told her, I said, I knew it. I knew you were going to pick that one. Are you going to post a picture of it, Sandra, when you get done? I'd love to see it. I think I just screwed myself up. Let me check here. Okay, glad I got that. I can fix it. All I did was I cut the length for the 3 to 4 on the 2 to 3 because I was talking. Oh, absolutely, Mary Beth. Yeah, I can add a lining to that. Let me write that one down too, and I'll go look it up. Okay, let me go look that up and see. Because yeah, I'm gonna do the skirt this next weekend, and then once I look at that, if I can interpolate it pretty quickly, maybe I'll try and do that one really quick as well for you. I'll either do it the following week or every other week. Depends upon how quickly I can get the samples made up and stuff. But yeah, let me go look at that. And then for those of you who also came on late, Mia has fabricbomb.com, and that's her new business with fabrics and stuff. She's running a sale this weekend for her 30th birthday, 20% off. So get over there. I'm an affiliate, so the link is in my description of this video. It'll take you over there, take you straight in. And I got my shipment from the pre-order this last week. And this stuff is amazing. I'm sorry for those of you who are still on and seeing this. I just want everybody else who hasn't seen it to see it. So I want you to see how you pick out your design, and then you choose the fabric that you want it to go on, the type of fabric. So I have jersey knit, I have quilting cotton, and I have minky. Now look at how good they all, you can't tell the difference. The colors are the same. So they match so well, and the quality is amazing. I mean, look at this minky. It is so soft. So soft. And so go check it out, guys. I don't know if she has this. This was the pre-order, so I don't know if she had any extra. If she's reordering, this is the box. But she's got a gnome fabric over there. Oh my gosh, it's so cute. She's got that in. She's going to start, I think, getting new ones in on a very regular basis. And they're not necessarily going to be pre-order. You can order them and get them right away. And then she's got several things. I know she's going to sell out again real quick. And I know Leslie went and looked earlier when I was first talking about it. And she said some of them were already selling out. So go check it out. Turn on notifications for her because she's getting new stuff in all the time. Her prints are so cute. You can't miss out. And the pricing is so good. Super good. So I love this. And this jersey knit, it's the double brushed. Look, it stretches this way, and it stretches on the angle. So you don't have to worry. It's perfect for all your knits that you need that extra stretch on. Great for bummies, great for pants. So anyway, I just wanted to let you guys see that. I'm in love with this. I have ideas. It's going to go out as a set. And I have my sets, I think, I haven't figured out. I've got several items floating in my head, and I've got to just sit down and make a decision and finally just go with it. But I will show you guys when I get the set. I'm going to sell it as a set. I don't want to break it up. And so that way, that I kind of wanted to get into some of these sets that are in my head and offer that as well, because I want people to be able to come to the shop and buy a gift for whoever. I sell a ton of gift stuff. I've done, my mocks are always gifts, always gifts. So I want to expand on that gift thought for my shop because it tends to be a big thing. And some of your shops, you will see a trend. You'll see a niche that you've gotten into that you didn't expect because your customers took you there. Exploit those niches, and you're going to make so much more traffic, so much more sales, so much more everything. And just have fun with it. So I am taking these gift sets and I'm going to exploit them. Now, just gotta keep my brain on what I'm doing here. Gonna cut one of each of these other sizes out so I can get back to where it was. Oh boy, I start talking and I get sidetracked. My ruler has a little tiny chink out of it right in the corner. And that's right where sometimes when I have to go the full length of the ruler, I'm like, oh boy, I gotta guess where that corner is. And it's about, it chunked from like right at the 1/4 of an inch and then kind of like a half circle down to the bottom. So yeah, good guesstimate here. I've really got to take my time and make pattern pieces out of these paints because this just takes too long. Just sit and measure all of this every single time. Not very productive. Still thinking about that caramel ribbon crunch, girls. I'm gonna have to make a Starbucks run in the next day or two. I am just jonesing for it. Let's get that. Maybe when I go take my computer in to get the battery taken out and replaced, my battery's about ready to explode on this computer. It's bulging everything out, and I just noticed it. So I'm hoping that they can fix it. I think they can. I don't think it's a very common problem. Just got to find out how much it's going to cost to fix because I'm like, oh, I don't want to have to buy a new computer right now. I just hope it's fairly inexpensive. I went and looked at the price for the battery online, and it seemed like the battery's maybe about 40, 50 bucks. So I should be able to get out of that for a good maybe 100, I'm hoping. But if not, if I end up having to, if they tell me it's not, for some reason they don't see it being possible or making sense, then I think what I'm going to end up doing is, and I already figured this out, but I've got screens, got lots of screens. I think I'm going to buy, and I'm still going to probably do this within the next year, I'm going to buy one of those little Mac Minis. And it's just like a disc. So it's actually like the guts of the computer, and it's a square. I'm sure you guys have seen them. They just don't, talk about them a whole bunch. And then you just hook up your monitor. Well, they're only like 700 bucks. And a laptop, if you want an iMac, that's going to be easy $1,200 to $2,000. And I don't need a laptop. I just kind of realized this one, I do use for, doing this kind of thing. So if I can get this fixed, then I don't need another laptop. I need a desktop, really. So if I can get this one fixed, then I'll put off buying a desktop and use this one for a little while longer. This one's just getting old enough, though, that I don't want to have to 100% rely on it. It's like 6 years old, I think. And it's not a Mac. It's a Windows. And so those usually only last me about 6-7 years. Now this one's a Dell. So it's going to last a little longer than the last ones I've had, which were still good computers, but they weren't really meant to last probably longer than what they did for me. So at least I can still do my videos because I don't have enough people to where I can do it off of a phone yet. So I'm stuck doing it. Of course, I could do StreamYard and stuff. So I think there's probably ways around it. I just haven't really dived into it because I don't really need to right at this moment. If I can get this fixed, it's a non-problem. And I've always kind of wanted to get one of those. So I was like, yeah, this is not a good time, but yeah, because I've got other things I need to purchase for the business rather than a computer that dies. It's kind of like you have other things you need to get, but all of a sudden something in the house breaks, you've got to spend money on that instead, or your car needs a repair that you didn't see coming, and it's like, no, I need this and this, but yet I got to buy that. So it's kind of like that. And this was not a cheap computer. That's why I'm just kind of like, oh, please don't. I bit the bullet when I bought this one because it's touch screen and everything, and I just love this computer. But yeah, I need to get better at doing videos too. Did you guys enjoy those little shorts I did from the market? I was having a good time with those, but then I realized, oh my gosh, they run my battery down, and I've only got so much battery and backup, and I got to get through the whole day and make sales through my phone yet. So I've got to figure that out. Maybe I need to take my iPad and do them on that. And then that way it uses that battery and not my phone. I've got 2 bricks that I take with me that I recharge with, but I'm always so worried that what if I get super busy and then my battery runs down on both my phone and my Zettel, and then I need those bricks to charge both of those. That kind of stresses me out a little bit, so I might take my iPad next time. And then that way maybe I can do a little more filming. I also have to be really careful because there's people that are always playing music there, and I got to try and time for when they're not playing music because I don't need to be killed for copyright. And I noticed that the place that I'm wanting to stay, the booth I'm wanting to stay at, there's a guy that plays, and it might have just been this last time that he was playing guitar and singing most of the time, and everything he was doing was obviously popular songs. And it was like, from the 60s, 70s kind of era. And so I was like, oh boy, yeah. Just when I was going to go do, a real quick short, he'd start singing, and I can't. He was just close enough. I was like, there's no way. I can't do this, so I'm going to have to try and, now that I know that's going to be happening, I'm going to have to try and work around that one. But they were fun to make. I was enjoying that. And I really would like to be able to walk around a little bit, but hard to do when you're the only one there. But it would be fun to kind of, I could do a little bit and show you guys some of the stuff going on in the area that I'm in. It's a big market, and I would be able to show you everything. But where I'm at, they had the fire truck this last time. And so the firemen were there, and they were doing a thank you to them because it was 9/11. I'm doing a thank you to them. And then they were letting the, people come in and walk through the fire truck, and the kids got to, get in the fire truck, and every now and then they'd let them, do the horn, or then there was a bell, they let them ring the bell and stuff. So it was really cute. So I got to sit and watch that. And at the time before that was the game truck was there, but I didn't get to watch it because I wasn't in the spot I'm at. I was there, but it was like down from me just a little bit, so I could see it, but I couldn't. Or at least this time I can see people coming and going and what's going on over there. Hey, Pia. Oh, I'm glad you could come on, even if it's just for a small moment. Thank you for jumping on here. I didn't get to hear how Fort Worth, Dallas was for you. We need to catch up and talk about that. I thought about you that whole weekend while I was at market. I was like, oh, I'm supposed to be with Pia at this convention thing. It was an embroidery convention, somewhat like what Angela went to. I don't think it was the same one though. Might have been. But anyway, I wanted to go to that with her, and then I realized it was my market weekend, and I couldn't. So I gotta find out what she saw, all the good stuff. Oh, really? Hey, Alicia, how are you, girl? Yeah, that's kind of a disappointment, Pia, especially when you traveled for that. I'm sorry. I hope it wasn't a huge disappointment. What are you up to tonight, Alicia? Are you working? Are you just chilling? And make sure you guys hit the thumbs up if you don't mind. I hate to say that, but I really, really need the thumbs up. I'm trying to grow the channel. I'm going to start trying to grow it again a little bit. I know I kind of slacked off for a little bit, and I'm like, okay, now I got to get serious and try and grow it some more. I am doing stuff for market, Alicia. I don't know if you knew, I started doing market about 2 months ago, and I managed to get into a really good market. I love this market. It's so awesome. And I'm doing really well at it. So I'm trying to replenish, and I'm also getting my Christmas stuff up. So this is one of them that I'm working on. It's a Joann's print, and I'm making pants. So little kids pants, and then I'm trying to also I'm going to hope and get some t-shirts to go with it. We'll see. If I can't make enough to make it worth it to represent it, then I'm just going to wait one more month. But I've got that black fabric that we did the t-shirt on. You can see him, he's right there. I can't do this. Other people are so good at doing this. It's right there. You guys can see it. That just blows my mind every time I try and do it because my hand has to go a completely different direction from the screen. But anyway, I've got that black fabric that would go so well with this because the little black that's in here would be really cute with it. So I don't know if I'm going to manage to I should be able to get some done. But I was looking for the fabric the other day and I stashed it somewhere over there and I can't find it right now. I know it's down there. I just got to dig a little harder. Oh, so you haven't heard about Market, have you, Alicia? Okay, so if you notice, when you go back on my YouTube channel, I've got two shorts from there. Actually, one's from that market. The one that I'm really enjoying is from that market, the very first one. The second one was from a car show that I did that was local. Still really good, but it was just a one-time thing. This market that I'm getting ready for is really amazing. We have at least 150 vendors. They always have some events or whatever going on. Like the first month that I did it in August, they had the game truck there. They had back to school. They had the teachers, as many teachers as they could get from the surrounding schools because it's a suburb of San Antonio. So it's Garden Ridge. And so the Garden Ridge schools, there's several of them there. They had the teachers and the principals there. They did a dunking booth with the principals. They did a back to school drive for back to school kits. They did a scavenger hunt for the kids, all kinds of good stuff. So last month, a couple weeks ago, it was 9/11 is the day it was on. So they honored the firemen for that area. So they did a fundraiser for them. They had a raffle. They had a giveaway. They had the truck there with the firemen so the kids and anybody else could go through the truck. They had all kinds of stuff going on. So I'm just telling you guys, don't ignore Market. It's so much fun. And if you can get in for like 40 to 50 bucks, ours are only 5 hours. It's get and go. And I'm back home at a decent time. They actually changed Market for moving forward, and I'm okay with it. It was like 9 to 2, which kind of surprised me. And I was okay with it being 9 to 2, but I was like, it kind of seems weird that they're only, they're stopping at 2. Well, now they decided to make it 9:30 to 3. So even better that they decided to go half an hour later in the morning. So now I don't have to get up at quite dark 30. I get up at dark 30 and a half to get there because I like to get there early and miss all the crazy chaos traffic. And they kind of encourage that as well. And my setup and takedown is super fast. I am just shocked. It takes me maybe 45 minutes to set up if I take my time, and breakdown 20 minutes and I'm out the door. It's just like boom, gone. So I'm having a really good time. And I'm finding my rhythm. I'm finding my client. I'm finding my price niche and just my niche in general. And I knew the first couple of markets it was going to take me that. And I'm listening to people, the comments. I do, Alicia. It's on my Instagram. Let me go double check before I totally tell you that. But I'm pretty sure it's on my Instagram. Actually, yeah, okay, I'm going to make you guys be sick. But it's on my Instagram. There's a little video, and you'll have to turn like this because I didn't realize when I did it because I was like this and then I turned it and I wasn't thinking it's not going to turn on Instagram. You're going to have to turn your phone. But I did this way so that you could catch the whole thing. So yeah, there is a small short video on there, and I think that's it. I don't think I did not post a picture. Let me post one real quick for you too so you can see it without getting sick. I didn't even think about that. I needed to post one. But also on my shorts on YouTube, I walked you through real quick. So if you want to go look at that, okay. Okay, so I just posted it. So there will be one on there as well for you, just a standard picture. So Shayna. So she was doing a video and she caught me in the video. So if you go look at her video, she gave me a cameo. She asked if it was okay before I did it. I said, yeah, it was fine. So she's got me on her video in the background. So there you go. Thanks, Alicia. And I'm just getting going. So it's been successful, but I think it could be way better. I count successful on the first market or two if I make my booth rent back and, a little extra. I think I made like $100 extra. And I was like, that's really good. And then I walked away with that with comments from people about what they're looking for. And I'm exploiting that, if you want to call it exploiting it. It's just taking that and delivering on it because I told them, oh, yep, I'll have that next time. And then I'm keeping my my booth because I can do that by paying $10 extra. So I can keep that spot. So I'm kind of viewing it as a storefront, a monthly storefront. And I'm trying, people are asking, are you here every month? And that's what made me decide that's what I need to do because I kept getting asked that the first month that I was there. And it was always the pregnant women that came in and they're like, are you here every month? And I'm like, yes, I am. And they're like, awesome. So I'm like, I need to stay in a spot that I like. And that time my spot was okay. But this last month, they put me kind of in a corner. So I had kind of a corner side. So I had two sides that people could see really well, but I had a booth like right next to me there, but the openness. And it was in such a good spot. I'm like, yeah, I'm just going to stay here. This is a good location. So yeah, now I can start. If it works that I can get that every month by paying extra and they don't one month go, nope, sorry, we can't do that. Then I can start advertising that come find me at this location at this market. And then people can just come straight to me. So yeah, that's what I'm doing. It's so much fun. It is so rewarding to do these markets. I get so jazzed that after I'm done, if I had just a touch more energy when I got home, I'd come home and go straight to work and start making more. I'm that jazzed. I'm just like, oh, I want to run home. I want to go. I want to make it up. I want to keep going. I am that pumped up. It is so much fun. Thank you, Alicia. It was a good setup. And if you guys are looking for a way to make a little bit of product look like a lot, really zoom in on my setup because I've got stuff in there that kind of makes the product look like there's a lot of it because of the display I'm using. And I had enough to make that display look full. And that display ended up being like kind of big. So it took up a lot of space and it made it look like I had a lot more product than I really did. And then as I start adding more and getting more product done, unless I keep selling a lot and can't get caught up, then I can start changing out some of those display things and actually having product fill up instead of having a display underneath everything to make it look like there's a lot there. So just realize, bulk out with display items until you can get your inventory built up. Yeah, thanks, Alicia. I was really happy with it and realized too, you need to have height differentials in your shop. So it also makes it look really full, where if you just have everything on one level, technically from a retail standpoint, your eye needs to go up and down and around. And if you're all on one level, your eye just kind of goes, and then your people just keep right on going because there's nothing that pulls them in to look at. You're not grabbing them. So if their eye has a lot to look at, they're going to stop because they can't take it in that quickly. And so you get whatever you've got that helps draw them in. So for me, I was using my two models, which are still dressed over here. And I was using those as kind of my eye catcher, because I don't know how many little girls came over and wanted to play with these little guys because, you know, they look like a little doll. And the mommies are like, no, what did I tell you? You don't touch, you don't touch. And they were like, but mommy. And I'm like, I know, it's cute, it's a doll. So I was using things like this to draw people in. And then I also used the big rack with the loveys. And I was not necessarily counting on the loveys to sell a lot. I was counting on the loveys to fill up space. And so spending time to do those to fill up space is well worth the time, because then if they don't sell, it's no big deal. They're done and they'll fill up space next time. And I can spend time making the stuff that is selling, and I get to find out what sells. And then I did sell a lovey here and there. So, you know, I'll make a couple more, fill them back out. You never know, coming close to Christmas, I might start selling a lot more loveys, or not, or I might just start making sets and include the lovey in it. And then I can drop the price just a little bit, because I'm now selling multiple items. And those of you that are coming in late, we talked about the multiple item thing earlier. But then I make up my price point if I drop it just a little bit in price. So yeah, a whole lot to do with that. Yes, it is, Mary Beth. It is. But the negative space is up and above and down below. And so I want their eye to travel. And yeah, it was fun. It was fun to watch people, because it was fun to see what drew them in. And I could tell by who, age-wise, who they were. You know, like grandmas were drawn to this, mom was drawn to this. So, you know, it was really cute. So yeah, I was having fun with that one. I miss my visual merchandising days when I set up my shop. I loved that job. That was my favorite job. And I would go back and do it in a heartbeat again if I could afford to support myself on it. At that time, I was married, and hubby had a job and I had a job, and we were good. So I could do retail and not make as much money. So it was so much fun. All right, now move downward a little here. Not quite sure on Christmas what's going to sell in the size ranges. That's the hard part. All right, I need to make my patterns. It's going to take me too long. Oh, Angela, you're not missing. You missed a lot, but you haven't. We're just chatting. We're just having a good time here. You didn't miss the sun glaring in my face, that's for sure. That got to be a little tough for a while. Yeah, so for those of you that are just coming back on, we're going to get back into some of the tutorials again too. Now that I've got through my rush that I was doing, when you first start doing markets, you not only have to get your inventory made up, but you also have to get your display figured out, your sign made. I mean, it was a lot. And so I had to split my time on the first one or two to get everything that I needed to do marketing. You have to go get change, you have to do all that. You have to get your payment thing, you have to get all your stuff in your payment thing. I mean, there's a lot of behind the scenes stuff that you do the first time that you don't really have to do over and over and over each time. So I was doing all that plus trying to make inventory. So that was a huge push. So I had to kind of just totally focus on that. And then the next month, I kind of still had to push on inventory, and I had other things that I had to get done too that didn't relate to the market. And so I was like, okay, something's got to sacrifice, and unfortunately had to do my tutorials and stuff. So now that I'm kind of through that, I still have a few commissions that I have to do that I'm working on. Those are coming up here in the next week or two. I'll get those done. So I think I can start tutorials up again and I'll be fine. So next weekend is going to be the skirt tutorial that I've talked about a couple of times earlier. If you guys want to, you go back and reread, but we're going to do a elastic waistband skirt. And there's a reason why I'm doing that. So it's for a friend to use for teaching a little girl. So I told her I would do that. And then we're going to do some bag tutorials and some holiday stuff and all the good things. So we'll get back into that again. And I'll be posting those ahead of time. So you guys will have your material list and you'll know when it's going to be, if you do want to try and work with me or if you want to come over to the Sew Along on the Live. Why did I just do that? I need to change that. That's right. Thankfully, this is disappearing ink. But that way you guys will know when those are going to happen. And I kind of like to pre-plan them so that everybody has a heads up if they want to join the live and talk and nothing else, just come hang out and have a good time. Anybody else working on anything? Angela, what are you working on? I know you just got home. You gonna work on anything? You're just gonna hang out with us? And I'm still wanting my Starbucks caramel ribbon crunch. We got talking about that earlier. For those of you that missed that, Nancy was on for a few minutes, Nancy Blank, and it was her mom's birthday today and her sister's birthday tomorrow, and they were making several food runs. And one of them was Starbucks, so we started talking about my caramel ribbon crunch thing that I'm in right now and how it happened. Oh, stress from a day job. It's just nuts what makes you get addicted to. And caramel ribbon crunch is kind of the thing I got addicted to when I was really stressed out when I was traveling for work earlier this year. And it kind of became my reward to myself on the days that I was driving home. I was so tired and stressed. And then I'd have that and it'd all be better for a moment. Oh, yes. Awesome, Angela. Orders are always amazing. Love them. We were talking earlier too about Christmas, what you're doing for Christmas, what your plans are for the shop, kind of Christmas things, and what I wanted to do just in general to kind of get ready also for how we always make plans for the new year, what we want for like our business and everything. It's going to be kind of exciting, not maybe so much for me personally, to see how much people have grown this last year. We all that started all of this up, and it wasn't a plan. It's just so cool the way all this came about. We all ended up kind of on the same platform at the same time, and everybody just kind of decided to take this push and step outside of their comfort zone or get their business started or grow their business or whatever, all at the same time. And it's going to be exciting to see from December of last year to probably, I would say, Christmas vacation time. Because it started about mid to late December. So I'm going to give it to like about the Christmas, New Year's holiday week to see how much some people have really grown. And I know I haven't grown as much as like Cindy and Amber and all of them, but it's going to be just amazing to see how just everybody has gone in the strides that we've all taken. A lot of us, the big thing was to start our YouTube channels, and those were so stressful the first couple of lives that all of us did, and everybody was so supportive of each other, and we still are, but we were so supportive that, you know, we were on this channel together. And we were like, okay, I'm finally going to do it. I'm going to do it at this time. And everybody's like, go, go, go. Well, come on over. And so everybody would flood over. And poor Amber, she kept having computer issues the first couple of lives she was doing. And she'd always have to log off and log back on. And I don't know what was going on, but we could always guarantee that her live, we were probably going to end up having to, she was going to have to go and repost and start a whole new live again. So we were all ready for that, and everybody knew that was going to be the routine for a little while. And then, you know, several other people were kind of, not really veterans, but it seemed to work really well for them. And so they had no glitches and everything just went good. Other people had a hard time just relaxing, and then once they got into it, after about 15-20 minutes, they relaxed and everything was good. You know, it's just been so fun to watch everybody grow. So I can't wait, and I'm probably going to have people journey themselves and give me little reports, and I'm going to do a video, probably a live, and read. Anybody that wants to send them to me, I'm going to read. This is where you started. This is where you went to. This is, you know, where you're at now. And, you know, we'll just have a fun time with it and just really let everybody see how they grew in their own way. Just because one person went this far and others only went this far does not mean that that's bad. It just means that's where, whichever one you were, that's where your journey took you. And next year, maybe the person that went this far is only going to go this far, and the other person that went this far might go this far. So you just never know. It's going to be a lot of fun. Oh, thanks. You were seeing my fabric, Angela. Yeah, I'm doing my Christmas stuff. This is my first one. I just got this one. It's Joann's. So if you guys love it, run over to joanns.com. I don't know if it's available in stores. I bought this online. I don't think at that time it was in stores, but maybe it will eventually come to the store, or whether this is going to be truly just an online print. But they had a really good sale last week, and I wanted to try and pick up a couple of Christmas prints and get them going into the market. basket over here with my size on it. No, Mom, I got stuff in this basket already, but I got my size on the outside, so. Oh, there's Crash. Can you guys see him? If he rolls, he's gonna fall off. Oh, yeah, you heard me. I'm sorry. I'm supposed to look out. Well, I think you're gonna roll off, baby. There's something just right on the edge there. I don't know why you did that. You got the whole couch. Silly boy. And I just started realizing too, this concrete floor is really tough on me, so I gotta take times and sit for a little while. And I realized it like 2 weeks ago when my back acted up. And I've been down here standing trying to do some stuff, and I'm like, I can't do that. I gotta start sitting down once in a while. Because I don't know, it's affecting me until my back tweaks. So I just get going and don't even think about it. So what else is going on, guys? Everybody's working or doing something. It's kind of quiet again. Getting some new lighting. I bought something to try and replace. It just screws into my lights. It's 2 lights here, and it's supposed to be super bright. So I'm hoping it is. I bought it off Amazon, and if it works really good, I'll let you guys know because they were like really inexpensive. So I was pretty excited. I'll get those tomorrow. And literally it says all you do is you just screw them in and you're good. So I was like, I hope so. And it's everybody's reviews is saying it just, they put it like in their garage or in their workshop or something. And they couldn't believe how bright it was. So like, bring it on. Let's see. And I can't wait. Also, speaking of Starbucks, it's going to be time for them to have that creme brulee flavor out soon. It's more of a Thanksgiving to Christmas flavor. Oh, I love that one too. Man, I've got to do Starbucks. That's all I'm thinking of. I've got to go do a Starbucks run. I'll do that tomorrow. Absolutely need that. Just long enough. I was looking at my app the other day to see how much my balance was that I had on there because I try and keep just enough to get at least a drink. And I was like, yes, I got enough to get me a caramel ribbon crunch. I'm going to have to go and do it. So Pretty excited. I'm jonesing for one pretty bad. They go down so fast though. I try and make them last, but I just like, oh, I can't. I can't take my time with this thing. It's so good. No, I got these somewhere else. I know I do. I cannot find them. I wonder if they're upstairs. They might be. I know I had all these sizes cut out, and now I'm missing like 2 of them. It's not like it's a problem, but I just don't want to recut them out if I don't have to. I really want to reorganize this studio so bad that I don't want to take the time because it would take away from prep. So I'm just like, okay, for now, we're just going to deal with what we got, but there's going to come a day where I'm going to be like, I can't do this anymore. I got to do something about this. For those of you that know Faye, today's her birthday too. So she was on earlier. You were all wishing her happy birthday. If you get a chance and you do know her, go drop her a line. All right, we got more people on. What's people working on? They're just watching, just hanging out. Angela's making Etsy orders and samples. I know Mary Beth was working on a, was you working on the duffel bag? No, Sandra was working on the duffel bag. Yeah, Sandra, I hear you. I get in those moments too, I hear you. In fact, I did kind of a shopping spree right before this. Did an Amazon run. Not that I wanted to, but I had a whole bunch of just things that I kept putting off and putting off and putting off. And I'm like, okay, I'm just going to start my Amazon list. I'll do it where I'll kind of start adding stuff in and put it in my cart and then kind of go throughout the day and all of a sudden be like, oh yeah, this. And then I'll go get that. So I finally just went, okay, I've spent enough money. We're checking out. So I don't think I've forgotten anything because there was a couple of things I thought of and then I put it in my bag and saved it for later because I was like, no, I don't need that right now, but I do like what I found. So I'll go back and get that in a week or two. One of them is I was looking at like a ergonomically orthopedic mat to put on the floor because I was telling you about my back and everything, how sitting on this concrete floor, I don't realize I'm standing too long and I need to sit or get off. Well, they have ones that rock. And I found one that I really, really liked. So I put that in my bag and I'm like, okay, I don't need this like right now. This can be next week or the week after. So I saved that to later, but then I found, like I needed light bulbs and I needed, I got the replacement for this because those of you that missed it, I'm missing the wing nut off the back, and so I'm using my little paper binder clip. And it works for the most part, but not 100%. So got another one of those coming, got another pair of scissors coming, one of the little ones that I always show you guys that I use if I have one of those. Little stuff like that. And so I'm really excited for Amazon to arrive tomorrow because I've got a whole bunch of stuff that I need. Oh, cool, Sarah. You have to tell your son happy birthday when Wednesday rolls around. Oh, yeah. I know, Sandra. Sometimes that's hard to do, though, is to get out of the family, making for family, because then they realize you can make it, and then they start asking, too. So, yeah. Make sure I get all my sizes in, but I also want to do multiples if I can. And then making pants, it takes more fabric. Make sure I'm keeping up here. Did anybody watch the sewing week on Sewing Machines Plus this last week? I didn't get a chance to. It was fun when they had embroidery week and Amber was on and we all were watching then, but I didn't get a chance to watch the sewing one. I really wanted to. It was always so much fun. But I figure I can go back and rewatch. It just seems like it's a little more fun than when it's live on those because you're interacting and you have a chance to win prizes. And you go back and rewatch, you can't win the prize because it's already given away. But it's probably good I didn't watch because then I would have been tempted to purchase because they always have such good deals. And I know there was a couple of things I would have loved to have seen if they had a sale on, but I'm like, you can just wait. You need to do other things. cannot get used to this getting dark earlier thing. It seems like, for me at least, it seems like it gets dark early quick and it gets light later slowly. And I don't know what the deal is with that, but I swear I just lost like an hour of daylight in like 2 days. And I know I did it, but it sure feels like that. And it's just, oh man, the first time I really noticed it was probably like last week, maybe the week before, when I was driving home from an errand and it was getting dark at 7:45 already. And I just was so bummed out that, the light change really bothers me, makes me so sad. And there's no reason for it other than the fact that I just love having light until, 9 o'clock at night. I love it. And then when it gets dark so early, it just really bums me out. So, like December, January, when it's like 5 o'clock and it's dark out, and I'm like, no, it feels like it's 9 o'clock, and I just can't get past that. It's so hard to push past it. Hey, Susanna. So, yeah, I'm just looking outside going, it's 20 to 8 and it's getting dark out. Boo. I think the biggest thing is it just tells me summer's over. It's fall now. And that bums me out. Summer is such a favorite time for me. I had started doing this. I haven't done it today. This is what's making me think about it. I've started doing this healthy drink that I make at home. I get to this point sometimes where my body craves stuff and I don't know what it's craving because I'm not eating right. All I know is whatever I'm eating, I'm still not satisfied. So then I realize, okay, I got to go back to doing some of the stuff that I do that makes me feel really good. And I didn't realize I quit doing it until I started realizing that I was there. So I take a lot of superfoods as much as I can just because they make me feel so good. And I have a brand that I really have found that I like and everything. Everybody gets their own whatever. But I really like the way that spirulina and chlorella make me feel good. Don't get me wrong, they taste great. I'm not going to be a proponent of, oh, they're good, you can just slam them. They're tough to slam even because they do not taste good. So I'm always looking for ways to mask them because I notice such a huge difference in how I feel immediately when I start taking them. And I know I have to take them more in the evening because then my body does what my body needs to do with it overnight. And then the next morning, I just feel like a whole new person. Where a friend of mine can't take them in the evening because it keeps him up all night and it gives him energy and makes him wake up. So he has to take them in the morning. So you'll just have to kind of figure out how it works for you if you choose to try this, but just be aware it may energize you to the point, kind of like caffeine in a way, I guess is the way to describe it, is how it works for him. So anyway, to get past that, I'm always looking for ways to mask that flavor. Well, my Spirulina I found the company that I take it from, they make it in a pill form, and it works really well for me. But I can't take the chlorella that way because I don't notice a difference. I notice the chlorella as a powder, unfortunately, and it tastes horrid. But if I take the pill form, I don't notice it. Where if I take the powder, I feel amazing. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna have to figure out how to deal with this. So I started, I just all of a sudden thought about this the other day, and I tried it, and I've done it 3 days now in a row, and I can't taste any of my superfoods. It's so good. So I take about half of a cucumber, and it's just a normal sized cucumber. So if you have a really large cucumber, you can pull it down to about a third or so. Just chunk it up. And then I take 2 stalks of celery, chunk that up, put those in my whatever you use blender. I've got a bullet, so I put it in my bullet. And then I add lemon juice, good healthy couple of shots of lemon juice. I mean, by the time I get done, I probably got about that much in the bottom, but that's the other stuff's in there too. So it's probably not without that much. It's probably, about half an inch or so. But I put that in, then I put in a teaspoon of wheatgrass, a teaspoon of maca, a teaspoon of chlorella. Then I add frozen blueberries, big old bunch of those. I have a small apple about the size of a baseball. So if you don't have the little tiny ones, then probably like maybe a half of a big apple. And you don't have to chop it up too much. Just, get your core out of there and put it in. And then I add ice and water. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. And blend it up, and I do not strain it. I leave it with all the pulp in because it's good fiber for me. Now, if you can't handle the pulp, and I know that does bother some people, then you can strain it, but I don't. And then I drink that. I feel so good. I am so full from all the pulp, and it tastes amazing. And then if you really need to, you can add more blueberries to bring the sweetness level up a little bit, or you can even add in, one time I added in just a tiny bit of sweetener. I have just a 0-calorie sweetener, so I just put just a tiny bit in, and it just needed just that little bit. It was perfect, just perfect. And I mean, it is so good. I don't feel like I'm drinking that stuff, and I'm full for at least a good couple of hours. So I'm just saying, if you guys are even halfway thinking about trying it, try it that way and mask it, and you'll be surprised. Because I'm not one that can drink the juices if they taste really nasty. I've had to do it before, and I've held my breath and just chugged it, but I still swear I could taste it afterwards for quite a while. I don't even notice this ever. And if lemon juice bothers you, or you don't like lemon juice, you don't have to add that. I do, just because I like that little bit of tartness, and I think that also kind of helps mask the taste for me. I'm gonna have to make up the rest of my patterns so that I make sure I get through this. I think I bought 4 yards of that. Make sure I get all my sizes out of that. So I need to print other patterns. So let's move on. I am cutting out inventory for market, And people have been asking for the Christmas stuff. And so that was the Christmas stuff. And then I also just have sizes that I haven't gotten to yet because I was so busy trying to get my inventory going. And then I also have to add in for the sales. Some of my sizes are getting really, really, really low. So, and I need to add new fabrics and stuff because now I've been to the same market twice without new fabrics. So I need to add in some new fabrics. So that's what I'm doing. I'm just cutting out knit pants, and then I'll eventually get to the bunnies. I probably won't get to them tonight. But doing knit pants, and then also the short version of the pants. I was going to do the pant length though for the Christmas prints, and then probably shorts for just the regular non-seasonal stuff, unless it's a true winter. If it's a winter print, then I'm going to do obviously pants for sure. I'm going to have to hop off here pretty soon, guys, because I just noticed it's almost 8 o'clock and my poor puppy's been upstairs. I've been up for 4 hours. I didn't realize that, and she's not making any noise, so that's good. But I have a real bad feeling it's going to sound like elephants upstairs here pretty soon, and that means she needs to go outside and release some energy. And this is the time of night I usually take her for a quick walk around the cul-de-sac and up and down the street. The deer are not out anymore, and I've got to really gauge that because she goes from 0 to wow when she sees the deer, and she's 65 pounds of pure muscle, and oh my goodness, if I'm not paying attention, she takes off and hits the end of our what do you want to call it, the leash. And the other day, I wasn't watching, and she saw a deer and did it. And I usually watch, but that time something caught my eye, and she did it, and she about pulled me flat. She hit the end of that and jerked me. I'm sure it would have been hilarious if somebody was watching, because I probably came off the ground a little bit. So yeah, I try and be really careful when she does that because she doesn't know how strong she is. But yeah, I am ready for the puppy years to be over. She's 2.5, almost 2.5. She'll be 2.5 in November, so she's almost 2.5. Puppy stage usually goes till about 3.5, 4, somewhere under there. I don't know that we're ever going to totally get out of this full energy thing. I have a feeling she's going to be there for a very long time, but she's calming down just a little bit over this last year. I would like to see a little bit more. Just a little bit more would be really awesome. I don't know. We'll see. I would love to be able to take her for a walk a little more in public. And I can't right now because I can't control her. She's too strong. If something were to catch her eye and she was going to go, it would be tough. I mean, I've got her in a harness and a bit and double leashed and everything. So I feel like I'm kind of driving a horse because I've got the catch up here and the catch down here, and they're real thick leashes. So that way, I can at least, if she does do that, but I'm still afraid to take her out in public because when she starts doing the jumping thing and gets real excited, she gets really tall. She'll jump up. She'll probably be like up here. So I'm like, no, when we start doing that, that's not good. So we're still working. I wanted to start clicker training with her, but I need to be really, really, really consistent with that. I tried it. I watched a video on it, and then I found a clicker app for my phone. So I tested her with it a couple of nights earlier, right at the beginning of summer, just to see if it was even an option. I think she can do it. She needs to calm just a touch more, but I think we can get there. I just need to be super, super, super consistent for a very, very, very long time. And then we will get there. The Martelli, I don't know what I bought, Sandra. Let me see. I don't know what I bought. Because I replaced it. Let me see. see it that way. You got me thinking now. I wonder what is it like there. No. I don't think it is Martelli. Should we get to it? Back again to see items you rather have. Okay, there it is. Nope, it's not. It's not Martelli. It's just some off-brand. Let me go look at them since you're talking about them. Oh, I did see that. Have you tried one? I looked at that and I was like, that's really interesting. I've never seen anybody use one. Yeah, I did look at that. That's funny that you bring that up because the way that they show it on there, I'm like, I got to see how this works. My brain can't, just by looking at the picture, it's like, not real sure I know how that one would work. So yeah, I might have to go see if there's a video on it or something. Angela, what breed is she? She's a mutt, but the breeds that I know 4 of them. She may be more. I don't know, but I know for certain that she's boxer, which is where the wah is coming from. And you look at her and you can tell. I knew even before I verified it, and they didn't even tell me when I got her that she had boxer in her, but I figured it out because of the way she stands. She's got the underbite. She's kind of got the head shape. She's got the feet, and she's got the demeanor. She is just full on. And it was so sad because when I went to pick her up, that was the one breed I was really hoping she wasn't going to be because I knew the energy level was just going to be off the charts. And of course, that's the one I got. So it's all good. It's no big deal. But I was just like, really, please, no boxer. And she's boxer. So she's boxer, Labrador Terrier, and Pit Bull. So I've had labs growing up, so they're not like this at all. The terrier, depending, but it's a big terrier. So they're usually they're energetic, but this is pure boxer. And my friend has full pit bulls. Her full pit bulls aren't even this bad. So I'm like, yeah, I got the pit bull and the boxer mixed together here. Oh boy, it's definitely a ride sometimes when we go outside. She's getting better though. Going down the stairs is the thing that scares me because my house is on pier and beam, and it's not because it floods. It's because I have a lake view. So 14 stairs up, 14 stairs down. And when she sees a deer or she sees one of the ferals that we take care of, the feral kitties that we take care of at the bottom of the steps, and they know that she's not going to get to them because she's on this leash, but she doesn't know that, and she still hasn't figured that out after this long. She sees it and she's like, whoa, and then she's like doing the wiggle butt and doing the dance. And I've got her to where she goes down like 2-3 steps really fast, and I'm like, stop, and then she will stop. So we've learned that. And then she'll go down, another couple of steps, and then just as she's hitting like that second step and heading for the third, I'm like, stop, and so she'll stop. And then if the cat hasn't moved, and the cats know she's on that leash, so they love to mess with her now. And they sit there and just look at her, just look at her, just look at her. And so we will get down to about the 5th step, and she's about ready to just jump out of her skin. And she just, and if we sit there long enough, she gets so worked up, she barks. And she hardly ever barks. But if I don't let her go and do what she wants to do when she wants to do it, her frustration comes out in a bark. And I'm like, okay, we're trying to learn that you need to calm down, and you will get to do what you want to do, but you need to be calm when you do it. You don't need to be like jumping out of your skin and pulling me across the driveway and up the road. I mean, I'm trying to break her from pulling too. So that one is going to take a whole lot. That's where I've got to really work. I want to watch a whole bunch of videos on clicker training because I know there's several techniques that go into it, and I only watched the one, and I want to make sure I get all the techniques so that I can get her there as fast as I can, because I need that. I cannot keep worrying that she's going to pull me down the steps, because she's already done it a few times and laid me down on the step, and I've hurt myself. So I got to make sure and she's getting better just because she knows the word stop now. At that time, she didn't. She just kind of right on down, and it was all I could do. I had a short leash the whole bit, and I was just hanging on for the ride. So, yeah. Yeah. And see, that's what I wondered too, Sandra, if it wasn't kind of ergonomically good. So, yeah, when I saw that one earlier this week when I was looking for a replacement one for this, I was like, I gotta go look at that. Sorry, I didn't mean to turn the light on. I gotta go look at that and see, because I was really surprised it wasn't that expensive. I thought for sure that would be way more expensive when it was an ergonomic one. So I know I wanted to stay away from the ones where you have to push in on this for it to go, because over time, if you're doing a lot of cutting, it will hurt your hand and your hand will start getting cramped. So I wanted to stay away from those. And there's a lot of those where you either push the button to push or you got to squeeze it to push. And either one of those, especially the pushing, this button right here, you're going to hurt. You're going to hurt your thumb. So I didn't have a whole lot to choose from. And that was one of them that I was looking at. So yeah, I'm kind of excited to see how well that works, because they have a right hand and a left hand one. It looks like, well, this one just says right hand, but they've got to have both if they're calling it out as a right hand. So maybe they don't have left hands on here. Well, they're just calling it out as the right rotary. So they're making you, if you're left-handed, use it as a right hand. I don't know. Interesting. Wow, they're saying the rotary cutter can cut up to 15 layers. Oh my goodness. That's a lot. I'd be worried about things shifting. Yeah, and that's where, and that I've been trying to do that, Sandra. And my another reason I'm gonna have to go is my earphones are about ready to give up on me. They just said battery low. So if they die, hang on. I'm hoping that this will pick up. Yeah, and she's treat motivated to a point. She's very food motivated, and she's treat motivated upstairs, but she's not as treat motivated outside because she's got all the distractions. So I've got to make sure the treats I'm using, I noticed, are the kind that she absolutely, whatever works out there. So I've had several, and some of them work, and others she was like, no, but inside she goes crazy. So yeah, I've got to be able to stay on it though. That's my biggest thing. I've got to be able to do it day in and day out for weeks, maybe even months. And I didn't have that kind of time earlier, but now I think I might. So I got to really start looking at this. Even if it takes 15 minutes a day, I've really just got to get on it. It's just for her to be able to have the ability to enjoy being outside. So yeah. All right, guys, my ears are going to die on me. And I do need to get, now that it's dark out, I got to go take her outside and get her energy out of her, get her going here. And then it is Sunday night. So we'll let everybody start winding down and get ready for your week. But I appreciate you guys coming and hanging out with me while I worked. I got some things done and realized what I really need to do now and make up my patterns and so I can rock and roll on this. But honestly, think about market, guys. If you're not doing it, I'm having so much fun. It's so rewarding. But anyway, as usual, if you guys have any questions, you know how to get a hold of me. Just want to say hi, you know how to get a hold of me. We'll start doing tutorials again next week. And I will see you guys next weekend. And I hope you have a fabulous rest of your week. Thank you for spending Sunday with me. I always love being with you guys. So hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening. And I will talk to you guys next Saturday or Sunday. So take it easy. Love you guys. We'll see you.